we are also live streaming our meeting. Roll call, please, Ms. Zavada, or Ms.
Ms. Zavada is out ill, so I'll be filling in. Ms. Applegate?
Here.
Ms. Kenworthy?
Here.
Ms. Parker?
Here.
Ms. Reed?
Here.
Dr. Barta?
Please stand and join us this evening in the Pledge of Allegiance. Is there a motion to approve today's meeting agenda?
I move to approve today's agenda as presented in board docs.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? It has been moved and seconded to approve the agenda for today's meeting of March 5th, 2025 as presented. Roll call, please, Ms. Tollefson.
Ms. Applegate?
Yes.
Ms. Kenworthy?
Yes.
Ms. Parker?
Yes,
Ms. Reed?
Yes.
And Dr. Barta?
Yes.
the agenda is approved. At our February 13th meetings, we studied the following topics: School Level Accountability Committee survey results with our District Accountability Committee, the Student Safety, Our Shared Responsibility Project, during which time we heard from the Ralston House, High School Reimagined work as part of Jeffco Thrives, and finally, we formalized our Environment of Safety and Belonging resolution, reaffirming our commitment to cultivating an environment of safety and belonging for all students. The public can watch the recordings to learn more about these programs. You can also visit our board page on the Jeffco Public Schools website. There you'll find a host of information and links to both board docs and our live stream platforms. We will now proceed with our study session agenda. And our first item agenda will allow the board the opportunity to review and discuss recent legislative activities of the 75th General Assembly. Should the board wish to formally endorse or support legislation, we may also discuss it during this time. Before I turn it over to Mr. Bowditch from Bowditch and Cassell Public Affairs, is there anything you'd like to say, Superintendent Dorland?
Excuse me. Thank you, Ed, for being here.
Mr. Bowditch, you're on.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you for the invitation to be here on day 57 of the legislative session. Moving right along, the next 3 weeks or so, everything will fall into place. Fingers crossed. The Joint Budget Committee has to introduce a bill into the Senate on March 24th, if I remember correctly. So that's in just under 3 weeks. By then, they will have to determine how much general fund is going to schools and so on. They are in the process of going through figure setting for all the major agencies in the next week. Yesterday, they met and they talked about all of the non-K-12 non-school finance items in K-12. Some of the decisions that are, everything is subject to change. Everything is subject to more cuts or less cuts. For example, they talked about the Healthy School Meals for All, which has been an ongoing challenge for them. The Joint Budget Committee, and really Jeffco's own Representative Shannon Bird, has been the champion saying, we are not going to cut back on this program. The voters voted. We told them we would provide healthy school meals for all students. We need to keep this program going. Having said that, it is becoming harder and harder to use state education funds to backfill this program. They are going to try and find $13 million from the state education fund this year to keep the program intact. There are discussions about potentially going back to the voters this fall. One of the challenges, and we don't need to get too much into these details, but one of the challenges when the voters authorize a certain amount of revenue that's included in a Blue Book presentation, that's the limiting factor as to what the state can retain. Even if more revenues are coming in from that source, the state can't retain them, which can be extremely frustrating. So there is a discussion of potentially going to the ballot for a retain measure. Can we retain all the measures we're collecting through this tax policy change? That's one level of question. However, there are advocates who say we ought to go back and do a raise measure as well. raise the amount of revenue we could use to support these programs. So they're trying to figure that out. Yesterday, they did discuss canceling the social studies assessment. Again, this has come up in the past. That's the one assessment we're not required to do per federal law. That would save just under $1 million. They did vote to end the high-impact tutoring program that was put in place, I think, in 2021, right after COVID. It's supposed to end a year from now, but if you end it a year early, you save $5 million. They took a vote to end the computer science grant for teachers program, save $500,000. All of these are very tough decisions. Unfortunately, with a $1 billion shortfall, saving $500,000 here and $800,000 there is nice, but there's still a long way to go. As I was sitting in my car in the parking lot, they were talking about capping the BEST program. That had been a proposal by the governor. Cap it at the average of what the state has given BEST the last 5 years. I think that's $129 million per year is the average. If you cap it, you save some state education fund dollars. Unfortunately, the news always seems to be bad on the budget side. If you cap it at that, you don't save as much as they thought you would have when they announced it in November. So the savings aren't quite as much. But they are, they just started meeting at about 3 o'clock today, and they'll do other things involving K-12. They'll not get to school finance until next week. And even then, I don't think they'll make a decision on things until closer to when the long bill is introduced. So all of these things are coming. I tell everybody I can that it's going to be tough. There aren't many levers they have. They've talked about selling Pinnacle, privatizing Pinnacle. Maybe that brings in $100 million for a couple of years. That's nice, not some magic solution. They talked about expanding gambling. They're not talking about that anymore. So that's tough. So on some of the other things, you may have seen a news story from Channel 4 last week with regards to Speaker McCluskey gathering a group of CFOs and lobbyists to talk about school finance. Jeffco was represented in the room. The meeting kept getting delayed, so Brenna was there, but she had to leave before they got to that point. But the speaker wants to try and get together and try and come up with a school finance plan. There's all these things swirling around that are all linked together. For example, the new School Finance Act can't go into effect because one of the triggers has been met, though some can argue that the trigger is being met through a technical violation of the trigger. Additional money was transferred last year to correct an under-transfer in prior years, so it looks like there's a decrease. There is a decrease of 5%, only because last year's transfer was propped up. Is that technical? Well, a number of people in the K-12 community don't really want to agree that that's technical until all these things are agreed to as a package. So what the speaker had proposed for next year is no change in enrollment averaging for next year. Having said that, the enrollment averaging would move on a slower off-ramp over the next few years. I thought I had that written down. I think it would go from 4 years next year to 3 years, 3 years, 2 years, 2 years, and then no more enrollment averaging. Cap and the BEST grants, as the governor's office had requested, instead of bringing on the new School Finance Act on an 18% level, so they were going to do it over 6 years, they would only bring it on at a 10% level this year for 25-26. That saves some money. Reduce CDE grants by at least $60 million. And those are some of the things I mentioned a few minutes ago. And maybe more than that. Maybe try and come back and do more cuts to the CDE grant programs. Now, I think a lot of people, and I know even in our legislative policy statement, we've said prioritize reducing CDE grants before further reductions in the school finance formula. Having said that, there are some CDE programs that any district will need to continue and not abruptly end because you've probably already accepted students into some of the concurrent enrollment programs, for example. But at least that's a way to try and mitigate the cuts on school finance. The state has a mill levy match program where certain districts meeting certain characteristics were encouraged to go to their voters. They're low property wealth districts generally. If you get your voters to approve a mill levy override, the state will match it at some level. Well, those match monies may be in jeopardy, which is tough, having told the voters that the districts would get it. But at the same time, is it more fair to have that program be funded and do further cuts in school finance? I mean, it's just a tough position. All of this is to say they're trying to come up with a model that leaves a minimum of $150 million in the state education fund as a projected year-end balance each year. That's the lowest they ever want to get in the state education fund. Because if you project that for June 30th, by the time the legislature convenes next year, you could have an economic change where that's down to 60 million or something. So you want to have a healthy or minimum balance of $150 million. You do all these things that the speaker has outlined, you still don't get there. They'd have to do more to get to make sure you don't violate that in any given year, but you're getting fairly close. Now that's just balancing to the state education fund. The other concern that a lot of us have is a lot of the feedback to this plan that I've heard is, yeah, it's better than some of the other things we've heard, like eliminating enrollment averaging as of July 1, certainly. Having said that, how is the JBC going to make their budget work if this is, I hate to say it, all that's coming out of school finance? And will we have to do this plus an additional cut to school finance? Those are the types of issues that will be discussed and maybe some resolution on in the next few weeks.
Are there any questions or comments on the funding information Mr. Bowdge has just presented us?
I guess I just have a clarification. So these additional questions as to how does this play into the broader, joint budget committee and all of that, their initial budget's due, you said, in 3 weeks, end of the month. So we will, once they introduce that budget, I assume then we have the opportunity to opine and you will work some magic around thoughts and opinions at that point. What is the process from there?
Thank you. So the budget, about once every 5 years, it's delayed a week or so, but it's never delayed too much after that. The budget will be introduced, then it'll go through the Senate and the House in the next 2 weeks and end up in conference. And when they introduce the budget, they put aside the money for school finance. They assume a level of general fund for school finance. School Finance Act, unfortunately, hasn't been very expeditious in getting past the last 5 years or so. One could hope, in a perfect world, maybe the School Finance Act would be introduced in late March. Maybe it's consistent with what the speaker has proposed or something like that. And then that could go along probably right after the School Finance Act would be a best case, right after the budget would be a best case scenario. So you're talking late March, early April. I always like to be hopeful about the timing of the School Finance Act. We haven't seemed to have been that expeditious. And I'm not sure if I'm answering your question, but yeah.
You are, thank you.
So what is going on at the Capitol around thoughts around the averaging? Where are people talking, thinking, what do we know?
There's a lot of people who believe the averaging has outlived its useful purpose, that it was designed to help primarily rural schools when the School Finance Act was developed in the 1990s, and now it's like 125 districts or so are in decline, so they're benefiting from the averaging. Last year in the new School Finance Act, they moved the averaging from 5 years down to 4 years to be implemented on July 1 of this year. So that's going to happen absent any other change. I think the other thing that has been discussed is some sort of a substitute or a different type of stability funding factor, so that you're not looking just at student loss, but you're looking overall at a more holistic budget picture. You could do that a lot of ways, but as an example, and I'm not saying this is the solution, you could look at the change in total program from one year to the next and put some sort of a lower boundary on it. So no district could have more than a X percent decrease in total program funding from one district to the next, from one year to the next. If that meant that their at-risk students really dropped for some reason, that would be a very unusual thing. But if their enrollment dropped and their total program funding went down, there'd be some sort of a break on that in the formula to allow them to ease into that lower level. You could do that on a total program basis, so we're not arguing about what some people say are phantom students. I know the governor has been very strong on this, saying we should not be funding students who do not exist. And I think that sentiment is held by a number of people at the Capitol.
I know that the board, we haven't taken a position on this. I know that the district has sent a letter, but I still have questions about that because it's not signed. So I wondered, I've asked questions kind of about like who that came from. But are other metro districts like us, boards taking positions, or are other boards coming out with any kind of positions on this?
I think it's fair to say that there is a group of schools, and it's not a consistent group in terms of how I would describe it, but a group of schools who would say, we want no changes from what was agreed upon last spring. We agreed upon and we negotiated 1448, and for anybody to change it, that's negotiating in bad faith. And we're going to pound our fist on the table and say absolutely no changes. And the response to that is there have been a lot of things that have changed, whether it's the voters directing the legislature to spend $350 million on law enforcement, Medicaid changes, property tax issues. But there are a lot of districts that want to really transition into 1448. And as Brenna and I were just talking, 1448 provides additional funding, and it provides additional permanent funding. So transitioning into that would help all the districts. I think it's fair to say the speaker has made it very clear it's her top priority that we get it implemented. Now, does that mean implemented over a 6-year period or 7-year period? I think there's some discussion on that. Maintaining the averaging seems to be important to a lot of people and a lot of districts. Eliminating the averaging is important to a lot of people.
Sorry, maybe just my last question. So would it be helpful, for example, when you're saying a lot of people this and then a lot of people that, it sounds like there's not a real clear position, or I'm not sure how to find it by the different districts or boards and things like that. Would it be helpful, like if our board had a position on it, to begin to advocate through that lens? Like, what would be helpful for the board to be able to do in this case?
Thank you for the question. And that is a very good question, because there's not going to be one, I don't think there'll be one bill that says, should we do enrollment averaging? I mean, right now, the enrollment averaging is the law. We're moving forward with a 4-year average. There has to be a bill to change that. My guess is that bill would be part of the School Finance Act. That would make the most sense. And it could be moving it to 3 years from next year, not doing anything for next year, but putting in this off-ramp or something like that, putting that in statute now so everyone is aware of it. In terms of what the board could do or say, we have the general board legislative policies that provide some level of overall guidance. The letter that you reference, or the communication you reference, that came from the superintendent to me and I sent it to the speaker, we felt like that was important to clarify exactly what the superintendent was thinking, so that, because there had been some miscommunications. I hate, it's frustrating at the Capitol when people come up to me and say, Ed, I hear that Jeffco is supporting this. And I'm like, I don't know where you're getting this, but there was enough miscommunication that we felt important to say, no, Jeffco didn't believe in immediate elimination of all the averaging. So, but yes, sometimes I get those questions.
I will say in regards to, there were two letters. There's one that was a little earlier that came from the superintendent, and then the one that you shared with us that was clearing up the miscommunication, misunderstandings. But this is an opportunity. Does the board have any thing to say on any opinion we have on those two letters, the content of the two letters? I would just say for myself, I was satisfied with them, and I thought it represented what I'd heard discussed at the board and with Mr. Bowditch before. So my personal feeling is I'm comfortable with the communication that has come from the district, but anybody have a comment on any part of it?
I mean, I'd love to be the board that says, no, no wiggle room. Like, we want what was voted on, and, we want that policy implemented. And I do think that the discussion around coming somewhere in the middle is better than the proposal currently on the table by the governor. And so I would be okay if the board had a position that was aligned with that as well. And at the same time, I wish that folks could say the Jeffco board never conceded. Like they fought as tooth and nail as hard as they ever could for funding for our kids without ever. That's not as realistic and diplomatic, I think. So that's how I feel about it.
I would also like to weigh in on what Director Varda just said. I feel strongly that I don't want to acquiesce or give up any dollar that would be in service of our students. And I know that we had early on conversations with some other members of boards in the Front Range around supporting resistance to the proposal from the governor. And I still strongly feel that way. And I understand the need to have some space for compromise. And I also know that I think we have to hold tight to everything that we can maintain, not just for us, but for students across the state. This decision impacts so much more than just students in Jefferson County. And we know that the state is funding education inadequately, and I know that there's a budget shortfall, but there's got to be a point where we are not continuing to have education take the main hits. And I would hope that our legislators at the state capitol would feel the same way. I know it's a difficult situation, but our kids deserve every single dollar that we have at our disposal to educate them. And so I understand the conversations about moving to 4 years or 3 years as a compromise, but I wouldn't want to do that in giving up ground that maybe doesn't need to be given up. And it makes me uncomfortable to talk about taking more money away. And that's for all the students in Colorado, Jefferson County included.
And just on that point, one of the things that has been talked about, if the proposal from the speaker says we'd move down this off-ramp on the enrollment averaging while we are implementing House Bill 1448, we're going to implement it a little slower this year than we thought, 10% rather than 18%. But next year, we'd be implementing it at 30%. That's the year two. Well, I hate to say it, but what's to stop anything from happening? And I come back here next year and say, now we can only go from 10 to 15%. And yet we're losing a year on the enrollment averaging. I mean, we don't know what next year will look like. We do have the strictest revenue and tax limitation of any state in the country. Sorry, I have to throw that in just to remind us that we don't have a lot of options. So I think I interrupted some of you, but.
I actually agree. I don't want to give up money. I always come back to, I just feel like they should take every freaking penny out of the roads. The problem is that schools are invisible to most people in Colorado. Roads are not. And I think that if we took it out of roads, we'd get rid of some of those restrictions that we have on taxes. And so I just really feel like I understand the budget crunch. I think that as much as possible needs to come out of things other than schools, things that are visible to everyone. Balancing our budget on the backs of children year after year after year is unacceptable. And it's about time grown-ups were the ones that took the hit. So I want to see where else they can take money out. And I want it to be visible to everyone.
I have a can I have a clarifying question? There's not currently a bill or legislation that we would be in support of. We're waiting for that for them to come. And so this is a preemptive conversation, and then we will have to be responsive to whatever gets proposed. Is that accurate?
Yes, people are gathering feedback for the broad parameters that are outlined.
Kind of what I'm interested in, because I talk to my legislators and go to, our town halls this Saturday, and I want to say something that helps lead them to the place that we hope they will land, and that's why I love to be really clear and not confusing in any way, about that. And I don't know that we're there. We haven't really talked about it before as a group, so.
Well, I guess at this point, I'm hearing two things. One, we don't have anything to oppose or support yet, but we have discussed what is possible, all the options, and we have some communications that came from the district. And so for me, I made the statement that I think at this point, I'm comfortable with what the district has said. And if anybody else has an addition to that from the board or any other, feelings about what has been communicated from the district, then this is the time to let Mr. Bowditch know.
Can we have more time? Because
When you say
I
more-
was hearing through, a little bit of feelings like.
What time, right now? Or
No, not right now.
No.
Do we have to make a decision right
No, so I'm just saying that at this point, unless someone has something to propose, then we can have more time to think about it. Okay?
And certainly you've given me a sense of where you are in this discussion. And as I get back to some of the legislators who are going to be crafting this, I can certainly say things like, K-12 has certainly taken its share of cuts over the last 15 years, and it's time for other visible areas of state government to realize some of those cuts so that the taxpayers understand how badly this is. And Jeffco's not in favor of cuts for any part of K-12 education. We're all in this together, and we need to work together. And some of those things, and I am writing notes.
Okay, did you have any other comments on other bills?
I will say, it seems like a lighter bill load this year than prior years. Still a lot of time left in the session for that to change, but I'm not seeing a whole lot of things that are really jumping out at me. I send the report every week, and I'm sure that's the highlight of your weekend to go through my report, but I'm happy to respond to anything, but I'm just not hearing about a lot of bills that are problematic or great things.
So I have a question about HB 251178 and 1248, because one says ban student seclusion and the other is protect students from restraint and seclusion. Can you describe the difference between the two?
The difference is in that 1178, this was a bill that ran a year ago. You may remember there was an issue in Denver where there was a lot of press, and this is an attempt to basically ban seclusion in almost every case. This 1178 will have a hard time, I think, moving forward. 1248 takes a lot of the current rules that are at CDE and puts them into statute. And this bill passed House Education Committee on an 11-2 margin. It really has strong support as saying, this makes sense, it's taking it from rules into statute. There's some reporting requirements, and I asked the lobbyist for Disability Law Colorado today, I said, I don't like to see the reporting requirements, and he said, those are what's currently in rule anyway. So we're moving it up to statute, putting it a little stronger, but I think a lot of people believe that 1248 has enough safeguards in it. That you're not banning anything, but you're really trying to look at these types of instances and reporting on them.
This may be too much of my work life coming into this question for when you talk about rules versus statute. But to me, there's a very big difference between rules and statute. So in this vein, in the education space, under the current setup, if someone were to disagree with the way a district handled something in this approach, they would file it to the state. Is that the same if it was under statute?
One of the questions that I don't know and that I don't remember is if there is any sort of penalty for violation. What happens if you don't do that? But I agree with you that if it's in rules, that's one level of direction, I'll say, to the district. And if it's in statute,
It's very different.
that's a very different one. Some of the things when they talk about, when I mentioned that 1248 seems to be the bill that people are, when they have a description of physical restraint that you does not, and then they go into great detail, they've amended into it, they say you can't do a physical restraint, but then they go into it and say, that definition does not include physical intervention of a student administered by a local education provider's employee for 1 minute or less for the protection of a student's or other's property. The holding of a student by an adult for the purpose of calming or comforting the student. Minimal physical contact for safely escorting a student from one place to another. There are these qualifiers in statute that I think a lot of people believe, yes, it makes sense to have this broad policy, but there need to be some exceptions to make it workable for the districts.
I may take a deeper dive into this one and send you some questions. Thank you.
And feel free to send me any questions.
I appreciate it.
Okay, any other comments or bills you want to talk about? Yeah.
Just two things. I appreciate the time for us to have a legislative update. Thank you for coming to be with us. To board members, I'm just curious about what's our next step in creating sort of a slate of things that we might want to consider supporting. Because I have a list here of things that I would be interested in supporting. Would it make more sense for me to send those to whoever is our acting executive assistant at the moment and have them disseminate that to you so that you can take a look?
Yeah, I think that sounds good. And then we could, and you could, especially bring up at our board meeting any bills that you want the board to take a position on.
Okay, excellent. I'm just going to read off the numbers just so that we have it in our records. I'm interested in supporting HB 25-1248 to protect students from restraint and seclusion, as we just discussed. I'm also supportive of HB 25-1149, which is comprehensive Black history and culture education. Also HB 25-1278, which is adjustments to the accountability process. And that'll be in committee on March 13th. I might go and be present for that. Also supportive of SB 25063, Library Resource Decision Standards. Senate Bill 25-123, adding Indigenous peoples to curriculum, including genocide and Holocaust. Senate Bill 25-143 is continuing an exclusion of facial recognition technology. Was pending amendments. Are those all completed? Do you know?
I think there's still work going on it.
Okay, yeah. From what I understand about pending amendments, I would be supportive of that one as well. And SB 25-178, which is a social and emotional health pilot program. So those are some things that I would encourage the board members to look at, and those are the ones that I'm interested in supporting.
Yeah, so that sounds good. Yeah, we can have Jennifer send out an email referring to those, so we'll know that we should be prepared to discuss them at our next board meeting and take a position if we want to, if we decide to. Okay, good. Thank you.
And if you are planning to come to the Capitol, check the calendar the morning of and text me, because I mean, even that accountability one, Representative Byrd is one of the sponsors, and if they're doing JBC things, they might move it back a week or so. Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Badish.
Thank you.
Okay, so for our next agenda item, we're going to try something new. We have set aside 30 minutes for the board to have the opportunity to discuss current topics of interest. And this is something that came out of our board retreat last Friday, where we discussed the frustration we have that we only meet twice, actually, a study session and a board meeting each month, and sometimes issues really can't wait for that long before we should be talking about them, discussing them. So this is our first effort into this. It will be just a board discussion. It's not any presentation that we're having, and it's not any necessarily decision-making that we're going to make. Certainly, if there's something that comes up, we could bring it up again next week at our regular board meeting. There may be, I anticipate, some additional information that people will identify that we would like to get from the district, and we can pass that on to the superintendent. But so this is our first foray into it, and I did talk with all the different board members about things that they are interested in discussing. The one issue that came up from more than one board member was the Jefferson Junior Senior High conversations that have been going on. So that's the one that I'd like to start with tonight because it had the most interest. Then we have a list of others that came up. And everyone knowing we can't cover them all in this 30 minutes. So after we have some discussion, once we feel that we've gotten to a place that we're comfortable with on Jefferson, then I'm going to open it up and ask individual board members if there's something else that you would like to use. So, okay, we have the secretary going to time us here. Great. And I'm actually going to ask Director Reed if you would start us off since Jefferson is one of your schools.
Okay, because I was just going to say, is it all right if I step in on this one? So I've been to all of the meetings so far. The only one I think I'm not going to be able to do is the elementary one because it got kind of added at the last minute. But the rest are on my calendar and have been on my calendar ever since we got those dates. So I'm planning to attend all of those. It is understandably emotional for folks. And so I can tell you that what I'm hearing overall as sort of recurring themes, one is a real concern about closing the entire school down for a year. And the fear that that really means that the school will close altogether. And so that is, one particular element that we probably do need to look at as a district. And, I'm not going to sit here and say we're going to direct the district, you cannot close it or anything like that, but just lifting up that is a major overarching theme. The desire for dual language education that continues. Well, first, concern that if we remove the 6th grade from the elementary schools, how will that impact those elementary schools? And how will it impact the education that those children have been getting in being completely bilingual? So there's concern about that, and also a lot of interest in getting that expanded all the way through 12th grade. So again, not suggesting a course of action right now, but just saying that that is an overarching theme. A lot of concern about the fact that, as with so many things, this is a major change that we're discussing that's impacting a title school and a school that has a lot of students of color. So, those are aspects. There's a lot of concern about what will happen if they go to Wheat Ridge. And I've kind of, had a chance to look at that myself. And Wheat Ridge actually is not an entirely undiverse school. There's actually a lot of, and sometimes we use the word diversity to mean a lot of people of color, which doesn't necessarily mean diversity. So, so I've looked at Wheat Ridge, I've looked at the number of kids that qualify as at risk, and the number of students who are not white students. And I think maybe that's something to lift up in these discussions, that perhaps that is a more diverse student population than its reputation would suggest. One of my, well, maybe I'll leave that part out. I was talking to one of my bosses about that because he graduated from Wheat Ridge a while ago. So those are some elements. There's just a very strong desire for that community to have a say in how this gets changed. It's very hard to sort out sort of an impassioned, we want to keep our school, which is understandable, but is not a plan, and figuring out a plan. And it's, in the last session that I attended, it really sounded like there's going to be some work to pull an actual work group from that community to start coming up with something a little more solid and a little more cohesive that can then be presented, but that comes from the community and from working with the district. So I'm very much looking forward to that. We've been pretty flexible. There was a session that was scheduled to be sort of a conclusion, and here's where we wrap it all up for you. And the district has said, you know what, we might not be ready to do that then, in which case we will hold this date as a date that we can continue this discussion, and then we'll schedule our sort of wrap up after that. So I've appreciated the flexibility of the district as they've planned things to be able to stop in the moment and say, okay, this is not what we need right now. What we need is something different. So that is my overall assessment of what I have observed thus far. I would say that we are nowhere near making a decision with that community.
I would just echo, those are a lot of the concerns I've heard through email, is really, if we can take closure off the table, we can talk about what the programming looks like. But people are really concerned with the gap year. And so I think it's an opportunity for us to think flexibly, to your point, Director Reed. But I have gotten, I'm sure we all have, quite a bit of email communication, and that's kind of been the key.
I'll piggyback on that. All I want is the community to do the work that we've told them we want them to do. And the only place that I feel like the board might have an action or something is taking closure off the table. The discussions are so, it's so difficult to get to the work of co-design because of closure. And I still don't understand why closure is necessary to whatever the design is that they come up with that would then come to us. So I feel like if we could take closure off the table and say we're not proposing to close the school, we are only asking you to do the design, we're only asking you to do all the other parts of it, we could free them from having to fight so hard right now and just let them do what we're asking them to do and come with all these ideas. So I do feel like that's the only place that the board has a role, possibly, to help relieve a little of what I've heard and seen, to allow them to do the thing we really want them to do, which is dream and design and work, and so I kind of feel strongly about that.
I would say if there is some way that we can, at the very least, keep some program functioning there, because I do know that we have some other elements that we have to take into account. How it's coded with the Department of Education and, just various aspects that are technical aspects. If there is some way that we can keep something functioning in that building for that community and without messing up the things that are required technically with the state. And I don't think technically is the word I want. I can't think of the word I want in terms of statutes or CDE policies, that kind of thing. I do think that we would get greater flexibility if we could say to that community, we're not shutting the whole thing down for a year. But well, obviously we can't say that today anyway. I mean, that's not a decision we can make. But I do think that it would go a long way toward building the trust that we need to get the design process really working.
Can I add on that? Because I think what you said, Director Reed, is really important. The whole purpose of this is just to share what we're hearing and thoughts, right? We, the board, don't make this proposal. And so I just want to kind of be clear, like, this is not us saying we're going to do this or not going to do this. I think it's really important to just remind whoever is listening of that. The district is working really hard on this. And so I'm really happy we're having the conversation of what we're hearing to share that, because I think it's really valuable. But I just want to, I guess, put that out there. There are statutes and requirements and laws, and we are not making that decision tonight. We are just sharing our thoughts.
I'd also like to say that at the last meeting, one speaker discussed the idea of a community school, and for myself, I am only semi-familiar with the concept, and I know that the state of Colorado at one point did discuss community schools as an option for closing schools if they were in turnaround or something. So I'm interested in having more information as a board member on that as a possibility.
Can I help you out with that? Because I was part of JCEA when Jefferson was made into a community school. So a community school is just that. The school building is not just for school and education. It offers wraparound services, and it is a very heavy lift. So that is something that you need to be really clear on, because you're providing community services. You are ideally providing opportunities for medical care, eyeglasses, dental care, immigration lawyer. Like, if you look at like the biggest way that community schools are implemented, it's an incredibly heavy lift. And so to legitimately say, yes, this is a community school would take tremendous resources. So I think that's something that we have to be aware of. And I'm not saying that's off the table, because I'm not putting anything on or taking anything off. But that is a community school. The school is open, like, well into the evening. There's ESL classes for adults. There's like anything that community needs. It's an awesome idea because of so many of the barriers that can exist for families with limited financial resources, with for whom English is a second language. All of those things, it can be amazing, but it's big.
Can I ask a question? And I would also love to learn more about this, because I'm very unfamiliar with this whole concept. Does the district's staff and support all those functions, or is it community
No,
partnerships?
generally you get a coordinator. So you heard Rhiann Wenning speak, and she was the coordinator when it was a community school. So their job is to, put all those pieces together, but you're looking for community partnerships to fill all of those spaces.
I remember working with the public health director in Grand Junction when he was telling me that it was the health department who was leading their community school initiative. So it was an external community partner doing the coordinating. I'm sure it's a lot of work to coordinate with the schools, but I wonder if we could find, or they could, whoever's doing this work, examples to share that are successful and those that haven't been successful. If that proposal comes forward, that would be something of interest. And I always just remember Senator Zenzinger, now Commissioner, talking about this as legislation that she's always bringing it up. I would love to learn more about the legislation I don't even know what I'm saying. I don't know what the legislation is, but I know that that would be another thing to make sure we're looping in around this. And foundations are interested in funding these kinds of things as partners, you know, so.
I want to thank everybody. I haven't been able to attend any of the meetings so far, just because I've had family conflicts, but I'm looking forward to being at the next one. What I'm hearing in emails and from folks who are reaching out to me is that collaborating is hard and it's messy, and the conversation has been emotional and pretty charged. And I just want to recommit that in any of the work that I do in communities, I believe that the most affected by the decision need to be involved in making the decision. And I think that's the effort that's going on here with having a community conversation. But I also think we need to make sure that we really are doing the work of creation in community, and that new ideas are more of a gift and not a challenge. It's not a direct conflict for somebody to come up with a new idea or to make other requests. I just think it means that it deepens the conversation about what our resources are and what we can do with them. So I'm hoping that we can accept new ideas as the gift that they are, and a show that the community is engaged and deeply invested in what happens with this building and with this school community where they're located. So I want to thank the district, but also the community members who've been showing up to be in that conversation, for taking the time and for really voicing their concerns, because I think that is vital to arriving at a proposal that gets brought to us as a board, and for us to consider. And I will feel so much better considering that proposal, knowing that the community's voice is represented and alive in whatever the proposal ends up being. So.
And I'll
Say
just update now. The board just got an email from Joel Newton with a first look at community ideas for redesigned Jefferson Junior Senior. So we will get some things to look at. So I think this has been helpful. I think we all have some good idea. And I know we only have like 2 minutes left or anything.
15 minutes.
Goodness, we got started late, so, okay. All right, then I'm going to open it up. Is there a board member who would like to bring another, Director Reed?
So I'm just wondering if anyone else is hearing this, and I do want to kind of elevate it because it was part of our resolution. And that is that I'm hearing from students in a number of schools across the district about an uptick in hate speech and harassment in the hallways, peer-to-peer. Students, brown students being told to go home when they were born in Lakewood. Students being told, when you get home, your parents aren't going to be there. A greater number of LGBTQ slurs in hallways. So I'm wondering if anybody else is getting that. And I also got that from staff in the Equity Accountability Committee meeting. So I am concerned about it. I'm wondering if anybody else is hearing anything. Mostly just wondering if anybody else has heard anything.
In fact, I've been out of town and haven't really been responding to all my emails, so I owe an email on this. But I was forwarded one by a city council member whose constituent wrote to them, and not about immigration, but just feeling racism and really terrible things in a school. And to be honest, I've been wondering, like, I know how to respond, but I don't know what action to help them take. I always say, have you talked to your principal? Always. But in a lot of the cases when the email comes, they have. And so I don't want to say, well, try the community soup. Then maybe try the first at jeffco.kh. Like, I don't really know. I know what to say from my heart, but I don't know what to say in terms of action to support our families right now.
And I would agree too. I got an email recently from someone who was very concerned about a high school, and she had removed her son from the school because of the racism that he was experiencing. And again, as Dr. Rogers said, I'm not sure how many people she talked to beforehand. I'm assuming she talked to the principal, but I don't know for sure. But I did send it on to the first team, and I did say that I think it's very important. I thanked her for letting us know that it's important that we hear these kinds of stories. And I had a brief conversation with Ms. Tolson, too, about how important it is. If you want to add to that?
You up any of your precious 30 minutes, but please don't hesitate to direct parents or students to our policy JB. We do have a formal complaint process for student discrimination complaints of exactly that kind, and we absolutely want to know. So that's another resource and option for families.
I know we talked about at the EAC that we have some posters that have gone out into some of the schools that have the QR code for that. So, I think anything we can do to sort of elevate for students, because it just so happened that I heard from a number of students all at once because I was at a youth-led service, and one of the kids brought it up in her homily. And so then I went to the kids and said, "Oh dear, are you all experiencing this?" And they went, "Uh-huh, we are." And so, and they just happened to have access to a board member at the moment to speak to. And so I think, if we can just, anything we can do to elevate for students, that they do have resources. There's often a perception that the principal's not listening or the principal, but that's often a student's perception. And sometimes they don't know that a principal actually did sit down with a kid and have a conversation, but they can't tell people that because of confidentiality rules and things like that. But I think if kids just know that we take it seriously enough that we're providing resources for them, and if we can, make sure that our principals know that our students are perceiving this, and then I don't know, do we have anything on the Panorama survey that covers this particular issue?
Yeah, I'm happy to jump in for just a second and let you know that staff is very aware of this issue. We are working on training for schools that might need it. We can give you an update in your board update about that training, how schools access it, where we are with the work. So appreciate that you're getting the feedback, appreciate especially that it's coming from student voice. Know that we're working on it. We'll get you a update in your weekly update.
Thank you. And I wonder if this is the kind of thing like in the across the board, because I think I love what you just said, and like letting people know we hear them and we are talking about it. And so like elevating it to something like that could at least we can't fix the problem that way. Obviously, newsletters don't fix this problem. But I think helping people know that it's on our minds, we're talking about it, we hear them, could be one way that we could, as a board, elevate the resources. And
One of the things that we have done is label it dehumanizing language. Sometimes it comes from a place of hate. And I understand why we use the word hate speech, because I think it feels that way at times, almost always probably to many people. But sometimes it's not coming from a place of hate. It's just an inappropriate words that kids are using as they're trying to figure out how to navigate differences in people and the world around them. And so we have been calling it dehumanizing language. And I'm happy to get you guys more information about the team of experts that's working on this for the district and the resources that they're providing for schools. We take it really seriously and appreciate that you brought it up, Director Reed. Thanks.
follow-up. Are we using dehumanizing with staff or kids also?
I'd just request that I get you guys an update. I don't know all the details, and so if I can just work with Kim. My understanding is that we're using that language both with adults in our system as well as the students that we're working with through some of the trainings that we're doing. But I'll get you more details.
Okay, how many minutes? Who else would like to bring up
the topic.
I'm not looking for a resolution, but I want to lift up the difference in supports for special education students when they transition from elementary into middle school, and access to sort of teachers and additional support and conversation. I'm hopeful that we can support parents in that transition from, fifth grade into sixth grade in our middle schools for a bunch of reasons that we've talked about with the magic of middle school. But it was recently brought to my attention that for some of our special education students and their families, that struggle is particularly intense, because they go from having one teacher or a team of teachers that they can have pretty regular communication with to having, 6, 7 teachers who have limited time. And so if a family's not able to attend sort of scheduled conferences, and then they have 2 IEP meetings in the year, but when else can they have more in-depth conversations, especially when a student goes from maybe performing in a subject to a place of struggle, and how they can address that without it going for almost half a year before they can have a more in-depth conversation. So I'm lifting it up not just because one student reached out to me, but also because I was curious myself. I'm a parent of a student who may end up with a 504 or an IEP at some point, and I'm wondering what sort of supports I might be looking for moving from elementary to middle.
I'd like to echo that too. I know from my own experience with my daughter when she went into, it was junior high at the time, but all of a sudden she had so many teachers and they didn't even know she had an IEP, some of them. So that was a concern. So I echo that. But another kind of twist to it, this is kind of a personal story with one of my grandchildren who doesn't have an IEP, however, has been getting extra support in elementary school, a lot of it. And it's only now that she's preparing to get into middle school next year that her mother, who is a SPED teacher, said, maybe she should have an IEP, because if she gets to middle school and doesn't have one, then there's nothing to work with. The teachers won't know what support she needs or what, she's been getting. So I think there's a whole range of services that we can help parents with who are transitioning into the magic of middle school.
It also makes me wonder about parental community, where you have families who have a special ed student and have navigated that process, being able to come alongside maybe other families. I know that there might be student information privacy things that come into play, but I'm just wondering about fostering parental community so that people can ask questions in a supportive environment, not in a let's go attack the people who are working in the school kind of a mentality, but in a have you tried this? Have you asked this question? Because so many folks who are moving into that space have not been there before and could use some other folks just to come alongside and help them navigate. So I'm lifting that up just because it was brought to my attention, and I was genuinely curious what guidance might be for those parents.
One more?
I've had questions about our Cora process lately, and Ms. Tollison's been very helpful in having conversations about this, but I would love if we could have some kind of training, and I mentioned that, we mentioned that today, just to be really clear what that process is. I feel like it would be, I just feel like I could use some guidelines and probably written policies around what falls into all kinds of things, like definition of what's considered business. When have you crossed the line from business to policy to personal, and I know maybe we should just know that, but I think the lines can be fuzzy, so it's difficult. I find myself writing an email and saying, is this a business email? I don't know, what category does this fall into? Who am I allowed to include? I know who I'm not allowed to include most of the time from the Cora perspective. And so I think it would be really helpful to have some clarification on that as a board and a district. I don't know that I can look and say this is this is the way we implement Cora policies in Jeffco. I know what the law says, and I think the law leaves a lot of it up to the organization, but I think that would be helpful.
Can we clarify if we're talking about Cora versus open meeting? Because open meeting is what you can and cannot discuss. Cora is what is available to the public and how long it has to be kept and all that stuff.
I think that the umbrella of this topic would be helpful.
Yeah.
Just even to say, okay, so, well, I mean, I don't want to get into the topics. We don't have more than
Right.
one more minute. But like saying, I understand what constitutes a meeting with us, and none of us meet ever. I mean, I always say when we were campaigning, we used to have 3 of us, and from that day on, we have never been in a room or talked with 3 of us, you know, in this way, without being in a public meeting. So I understand like those kinds of things, but in terms of like what we can and cannot do, especially I guess with communications, is what I'm mostly struggling with right now.
So are you thinking that you'd like to have some training? Well, you can get materials, we can get the board update information, but would you like to have a presentation at a board meeting or, okay, so we can think some more. Yeah, so regarding timeliness, if we wanted it sooner rather than later, we could see about a presentation, or we've got, you know, this summer board retreat, if it could wait until then, but
I would like the public to know that we're trying really hard to be really super compliant. We are very desperately trying to do the right thing at all times. And that like we just try to work also, you know, and get things done. And so I think I would also, I want our public to know that we're really clear on what it is, what we should be doing when. So maybe if it's even just, yeah, so I don't know in what ways, but I think it will help with our efforts to become more transparent, to also let folks know that we don't have questions about this. We're very clear on these policies, and if someone said, what is your process, I don't know if it's called a policy, in Jeffco for how you communicate and how you do things, I would like to say, here it is. This is what we do. And I don't have that, and so, yeah.
okay, yeah, so I hear a couple things, we could get some more training on it, and maybe when I heard the word policy pick up, to see if we have one. If we don't have one, we might need one, or at least to study one.
Or at least like best practice.
Because I will say Ms. Tolson has taught me there is a policy, it's a state policy, correct, that we follow.
On retention?
On retention, yeah. So, yeah, so I think maybe it's process.
Okay, all right. Well, that was a good start. Your first inaugural current
Mary,
issue.
can I just check in on some notes I took to make sure I'm following up on what I heard as possible board majority requests? Information about community schools, we'll get you that in an upcoming weekly update. I don't know if it'll be this week, but get you some literature materials about that, and then you guys can decide what you want to do from there. Addressing dehumanizing language, I'll get you an update about what the team has been working on related to that topic from your conversation this evening. At the sort of 5th to 6th grade transition for special education students and their parents who are also going through that transition, I'd be happy to get you some information on our SEAC group, which is our special education advisory group that Matt works with regularly. And Matt is working on a Parents Helping Parents conference for special education folks, families. So we'll get you some information on that so you guys can be aware and help promote, hopefully, but also ask questions if you have them. And then I will talk with Ms. Tolson. Julie, I saw you over there listening about core guidelines, open meetings. This sounds like a really good section for the board handbook to make that clear as we work to refine the board's guidelines for how you all operate with one another and operate with staff.
Thank you. That was excellent. Okay, so moving right along. Our next agenda item for study this evening, the board will receive information about school budget allocations and the preliminary staffing plans submitted by schools in their first round of budget submissions. Tonight, district staff will provide the first of several updates on school budget development, including high-level staffing information and student-to-staff ratios. Preliminary revenue estimate scenarios were presented to JCEA and JESPA bargaining groups in the joint benefits negotiations on February 20th, 2025. Before I turn this over to Ms. Copeland, is there anything you'd like to add, Superintendent Dorland?
Thank you, President Parker. I want to just begin by saying thank you to Brian and Brenna for putting together this important information for the board and for our listening public about the dollars and resources that have gone into our school budgets. And they are quickly coming in, and I don't know if deadline's passed or not, but I know Brian's been overwhelmed with helping everybody get their school budgets in. At the same time, we are working on department budgets, and we'll be having a presentation around those components and those different budgets for you next month. So this is specifically related to school budgets. I will just tell you and link this to the conversation that you all had with Mr. Bowditch. We are in a position, given what we're seeing in our current spend rates for this year, most likely going into fund balance in ways that we have planned for, and looking at spending trends, we think that is going to happen. That combined with what we believe is going to be a reduction in revenue, given declining enrollment, that means that we really do need to begin shifting our conversation into one of expense reduction, I will say. Do you like that, Ms. Copeland? Yes. And so those are going to be hard conversations once we get there. That's not what tonight's conversation is about, but I do think it's important for you to understand what our schools are investing in right now, what our departments are investing in right now, what some areas of need are as we look at next year, and then in a 2-year horizon, we're really going to have to begin sooner rather than later having an ongoing conversation around expense reduction. So with that frame, I would like to hand it over to Ms. Copeland and have these guys walk you through the presentation. Thank you.
You bet. Good evening, board members. I'm going to speed through a couple things because Mr. Bowditch touched on some of what I was going to share. This is a colorful, line-free timeline that just reminds you of the series of topics we try to cover, all with a crescendo to the June adopted budget. And I did confirm, I think someone asked me why we call it the adopted budget, and statute requires that we call it that. It literally says, it must be labeled adopted budget. So there you go, that's where that comes from. Mr. Bowditch already talked a bit about where we are. He referenced figure setting. As you'll see, that is actually a box on our timeline with a line this time for February, March. So that's really where we are. And then he also talked a little bit about the long bill, and that particular bill will identify the general fund funding towards K-12, and then the School Finance Act will ultimately confirm around which parameters shall that money be distributed. Oh, and one other thing I wanted to mention, the governor has line item veto on whole line items in the long bill, just so you know.
Say that again.
Yep. The governor has line item veto on aspects of the line items within the budget, which means doesn't have to veto the whole thing. Strike one part.
What would be an example? Just to
That's a great question. Since I don't want to misspeak, I can go find some past examples for you.
I assume that's also subject to the overriding vote from the Senate per line item.
Mm-hmm. Alrighty. I can't remember if we've showed you this yet or not, but at the risk of potentially repeating a teensy bit of information, in the December economic forecast, you'll recall, they made some adjustments and updates. Though we are still providing that little orange blip of Tabor refund, we are, of course, in a budget shortfall. Such irony. And the one thing that's potentially updated on this slide, if you have seen it in the past, is we do think we've confirmed, and I went to the Department of Labor website, that the Consumer Price Index did increase by 2.27% over the course of last year. And we did confirm with CDE that they round that to 2.3 when we talk about what needs to happen to PPR on a year-over-year basis. So I did want to point that out. Lastly, just a couple open items. Again, I think Mr. Bowditch touched on these questions of the phased-in implementation of HB 1448. Funded count averaging or not, or something in between. One thing I did want to point out insofar as we're talking about these two items as potential trade-offs, if that should ever happen. I do want to point out that in theory, and also in truth, the money we get for averaged funded count does go away, right? Eventually, if we level off, we stop getting that. The money we might receive on a weighted basis for student needs, for students like our special education students, where that student count continues to increase, our ELL students, which fluctuates, some with immigration, our at-risk students, which does fluctuate, but nonetheless is important. All those types of things that are embedded into 1448, that would be perpetual funding. And so one of the things that I do want to make sure the board understands is I at least see averaging as a short to medium term funding source only, and New School Finance Act as more of a permanent, though it phases in. So my personal opinion / professional opinion is if it comes down to a trade, a dollar for dollar trade, first of all, that'd be sort of silly because the state's only saving they're only basically accelerating the time frame upon which they would not fund that student through an average, right? Because they were already going to not fund it in a couple of years, versus investing in an ongoing expanded investment in K-12. I'm always going to choose the latter. So just wanted to point that out. Not to suggest that that would be the position of the board, but I did want to share my position. And you do receive those legislative updates. By all means, Ed and I stay in contact, so he's a great resource for all the specifics. But if you ever have questions for me about how something applies specifically to our funding, let me know. And with that,
I'm sorry to interrupt right now. Excuse me. It just occurred to me that one of the things we are concerned about is the timing, that the legislature doesn't give us the information in time for us to make our budget, decisions and forecasts and so forth. How about for the at-risk students and the other, the students that get extra funding? What time frame do we tell the state, what our numbers are?
there's actually multiple counts. There's the October count, there's a subsequent at-risk count, there's a subsequent count of students with disabilities. So there's there's the mass upload of data and so forth. So as we talk about the impact of averaging largely impacts a significant portion of total programming. At the same time, we will always get funding for our actual count. And the way the at-risk count works is slightly different. It's super complicated. But, the SPED count drives SPED funding in the subsequent year. Is that correct, Mr. Sammons? Yes. And so there's different types of lags. So it's almost like we do have a good sense for what our SPED categoricals and our weighted student SPED funding, if they implement any portion of 1448, will be for next year because it's based on December's count. It's already kind of, So we already everybody's already on the same page about that actual figure. And for us, it's been increasing every year, and there isn't the same concept of averaging around any of that for categoricals, et cetera. Long-winded answer, we do have a decent amount of clarity. And again, even the questions, the range of possible values we presented in our last meeting, actually it wasn't this meeting, it was in multiple meetings last month publicly, was somewhere between an estimated decrease in revenue of about 4 million to about 21 million. So still in the big scheme of things, both those numbers are substantially less than 1% of our general fund revenue. So 4 million, for example, is 1/10%. Am I doing that right in my head? Nope, I'm not. It's 0.4%. Sorry. So it's order of magnitude, it's not huge. So we move forward, and what you're going to hear is that we move forward with our school budget allocations, recognizing that we may end up, absorbing something, in part because it's just so important to have schools commit to their staffing, and then our special education department is able to then appropriately allocate other staffing components, right? We have this hybrid model where some is student-based and some is staff allocations. All these things need to happen, and most importantly, we need to post for any open positions and hire the most talented folks we can find. And you can't do that if you're still sort of bickering around, like, how much money do you have? So the district does kind of draw a line in the sand on behalf of our schools, where we say, here's your allocation, please go ahead and budget it, you have authorization to spend this effectively. And Mr. Sammons and I work really hard to get that to you all as soon as possible. You're going to get some of it tonight in terms of what dollar amount has gone out, and help you understand, all right, what's the range of potential values that will be for the total expenses for the district. Okay, sweet. Here you go.
Thank you, Ms. Copeland. She kind of went right into our next slide here, which was awesome. So as she mentioned, here at Jeffco, we utilize a hybrid resource allocation model where we combine student-based budgeting, SBB, and department service allocations to support our schools. The SBB method provides funding for each student in the building using a weighted formula to differentiate resources based on student and school characteristics. This process enables principals who are closest to the students to make the budgeting decisions that align to their student, staff, and community needs. In addition to student-based budgeting, schools receive staff allocations from departments that perform both educational and operational functions within the building. These staff members are funded from departments' budgets and then are allocated based on criteria such as the student counts, student needs, and student characteristics. All right, so currently SBB has allocated to schools, and schools have budgeted over $510 million for FY 25-26, which is approximately $8,170 per student. I was pretty excited about this. We're almost done. We got like a week and a half left of finalizing some of the budgets. There were two major updates to the student-based budgeting allocations this year. First, we included the AP allocation to support elementary schools with certain types of special education center programs within the SBB allocation process this year. Last year, it was after schools received the SBB. So then second, there was an additional $1.7 million in Title I funding that was allocated directly to schools to staff part-time or full-time family engagement liaisons. These positions were previously funded and staffed centrally in previous years. Okay, so this slide provides an overview of the FTEs, and here we're talking about the full-time equivalent positions funded with SBB dollars for various school-based roles across the fiscal years. So these are positions purchased by the schools using SBB dollars. There's been an increase priority on assistant principals, instructional coaches, and guidance counselors. Overall, the 60 fewer budget FTEs compared to the current year, FY 24-25, represents a decrease of about 1.4%, which this aligns with the forecasted enrollment for next year's decrease of 1.2%. Please note that, again, schools have not completed their budgeting yet. Some schools are still working with their school accountability committees to finalize their budgets. And we're having back and forth conversations, and so we are either adjusting their budget staffing positions up or down based on the community conversations. Okay, so this was one of my favorite slides from last year, and so we produced it again. I think it really shows a lot of the decisions made in schools. So this analysis provided shows the student to core classroom staff FTE ratios. As you can see, the expected correlation between staffing levels and supplemental SBB funding designed to support our at-risk students. And so what this is showing is as at-risk percent increase within a school, the student to core teacher decreases. The callouts that we have here are to show the different decisions made by principals with similar at-risk percentages. And those are very small. We're trying to show a lot of information on this one slide, but just kind of to show a school that had 41% at-risk percentage had a 26.5 student to core teacher ratio compared to a school that's 33% at 20.4. Those are marginal differences in the funding, but the difference is the decisions within the school. Okay, so this table is comparing the average student ratios from 24-25 to 25-26 for primary schools. I'm going to let you look over this information just for a little bit before going over the table. Okay, so as you can see, the student to FTE ratios are not significantly changing year over year. The one thing that is changing is the budget per student did decrease from 24-25 to 25-26, but this is due to the one-time compensation payments that were part of the compensation agreements. So these compensation agreements, once they are finalized, we do allocate those to the schools and their salary amounts, and so this is reflected here. So even with the decrease in overall budget per student due to the one-time stipends, you can see the at-risk allocations, including the Title I, did increase 9.2%, and that includes the 1.7 that was given out for the FELS. Okay, so here's the table comparing the average student ratios from 24-25 to 25-26 for secondary schools. Again, I'll give you a slight moment to review. It's the same information just for secondary schools. Okay, so again, you can see the student to FTE ratios, again, did not change much year over year. And the budget per student is decreasing from year to year, again, due to the one-time compensation payments. Please note that these figures do not represent classroom sizes, as classroom sizes are mostly determined by the scheduling at each school. These are just the ratios of the student to teachers. Okay, so then we're going to drill in a little bit more. So here is a slide that compares the budgeting decisions of two separate elementary schools for FY 25-26. Again, we'll take a little bit more time to review this before I go over it.
I'm sorry, I'm struggling. I'm just not following. On like slide 14, the top line says student per total FTE, and that 15.1 is a ratio of what?
Students per the budgeted FTE in the building.
And then what's in the columns? What's in the column below it? Like what's core teachers 28.3?
So the core teachers would be the core subject teachers that they have within the building.
What's the number mean?
28 students per core teacher.
So how are we getting 15.1 when all the other I'm trying to get that it's not an average, because clearly that would be like 100.
When you add in like all of the adults that are in that building, and then, right? And then divvying basically like how many students per adult in the building versus how many students per teacher in a classroom. So
So
like if you looked at when I was teaching ACE, let's just say that's a microcosm, right? And that I have 28 students, but I also had a paraprofessional in there with me. So as a core teacher, I have 28 students, but students to adults in that class are 14.
Okay, so one thing I wanted to point out, oh,
Yeah.
I'm so sorry,
Well, oh,
is that when we say total FTE and the 4 categories below it kind of unpack that, the 4 categories of core teachers, all teachers, instructional support staff, and admin and office. When we're saying total, we're taking all of them together, so all the adults. When we're breaking them out separate, we're just telling you total students per that category. And so yes, the total FTE is larger than any specific subcategory, and it includes all adults in the building. Sorry, that are paid professionals.
And only these 4 categories, not like our cafeteria staff or anything like that. They're not included in the ratio?
The operational staff that are not funded through SBB are not represented here whatsoever.
I don't know, I might follow up with you. I don't know
Sure.
why I'm struggling with how we get to the 15, but.
Okay.
I have another question
It
on
might help. One year, we brought actual sample budgets, and I know, honestly, when we did a presentation with our financial advisory committee recently around like school budgets, it kind of started to click a little bit more, and so we're more than happy to follow up with some actual budgets so you can start to see what categories of staff they're staffing. Yes?
So I can also follow up if this would be easier to follow up offline. But when we look at the budget per student, the non-at-risk allocation is the money that would go to a student that is not a title student or not an at-risk student. Is that correct?
Correct. There, I do want to clarify, there is no title student. We have at-risk students.
Thank you.
And some of our at-risk students go to schools that are or are not designated as Title I. Title I is simply a designation that has to do with the concentration.
Thank you.
So-
Thank you for that. And so the at-risk allocation
Correct.
is additional funding that the district provides.
Yes.
On top of that, so I'm looking at the 25-26 school year. So on top of this 6,669, if a child is designated or identified as at risk, that child would then receive an additional $1,500 of funding from the district to that school.
That is on average, right?
average.
We're looking at all secondary schools. And so again, the actual funding rates for an at-risk student in a non-Title I school will be lower than an at-risk student in a Title I school, which is sort of what you were saying. And so this is an average figure so that you can sort of smooth across all of those.
Okay. Okay, so the total, because I think Dr. Varda and I are trying to do the same thing. We're trying to look at the total numbers and we're trying to break down amongst all the other columns. Forgive us. So that 8180 is assuming a budget per student if that student was an at-risk student. Because they wouldn't get the 8180 unless they had the at-risk allocation included. Or am I missing? See, this is where I think I'm missing something.
Total divided by total, so it's not quite
Okay.
summative.
Well, I can get more help offline. We don't need to waste time with this here.
It's an average of them both, so the way you take the both of the denominators. Yeah, so it's both of them combined. So take the total allocation, right, for all of everyone, and we take the total amount for Title I and at risk that was allocated last year. And so that gives us the 1,511, because that's all students in secondary. It's not the actual allocations for every single student that
Sure.
received
Yes,
that.
yes.
And then the difference is the 6,669 based on the total allocations for that particular group of schools and the total amount that was allocated and the total number of students. So it's the same denominator on both.
I'll set up some time with you guys.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Maybe I can follow up also separately.
Okay. So again, we're going to go through it's the same information now for two schools that are in the same year this time, both primary schools. So I'm going to go a little bit more information about each school, so I kind of help understand what the decisions that were made. So School A is one of the largest elementary schools in the district with a very low at-risk percentage. In contrast, School B is one of the smallest elementary schools in the district with a high at-risk percentage and a center-based program. So it's you can kind of see the decision that they're making based on those two criterias. As you can see, the allocations for the core teachers follow the trends presented on slide 12, where the schools with a higher at-risk percentage allocate more resources towards teachers. I'd like to talk about here that both schools budgeted below the recommended non-salary amount, or the non-personnel amount of $250 per student. This was to help maintain the staff in the building. One of the schools is expecting to have a little bit of an increase in enrollment, so they want to make sure they could staff for that anticipated increase. And the other one just was able to maintain a guidance counselor position in the building, and so they expect to use a carry forward for their non-salary in the fall. So you can see that's why it's a little bit lower there.
So I have a question on this one. I appreciate your explanation of the difference between the two schools, but really, we're talking about one primary school, one elementary school, and it would have 246 instructional support staff?
Students per instructional staff.
They probably have about 500 kiddos and
Okay.
2 instructional support staff, is my guess. Is that right?
Okay, got it. Okay,
It's a ratio of total students per single FTE.
okay.
I get turned around pretty much every time, too. It's true.
What really helps is we have the averages right next to it, and you kind of see how the averages kind of work out to be. And so this school is a larger school, and so it's more than likely an IC and a DTL in the positions here that you're seeing for that support staff, and they're probably at like 2 FTEs for 500 students. So the same thing, they probably have 1 to 1.5 in School B for a smaller school. That's why they have a lower ratio.
What was the assumption on this school? How many kids are in this school? Did you say?
I didn't say the actual. I was
I
just saying.
speculated, and so I don't know the actual.
Yeah, so I mean, Brendan was all over it. So it's about 500, and then School B is like one of the smaller schools. I didn't want to get into like the exact amounts. Yeah.
I want to lift up too, when you look at instructional support staff and admin on office staff, those lower numbers are because they have more of those staff members, and so that means that each staff member would be allocated a lower number of students.
Yes.
Right. So that is another clue in this that gives away that this is probably a school that has either a center program or needs additional adults on site for keeping ratios lower and making sure students are supported the ways they need to be if have an at-risk factor. That's what just to
Yeah.
clarify those numbers, like 50.4 and 68.0 and under School B for instructional support staff and admin and office staff. That's what it's showing us, yeah. Does that help?
If that assumption is truly built into this, I don't know. I think it would help also just to have more details in the slide, like this, even if School A said, I've already forgotten smaller school, and School B's bigger school or something, like I'm just having to keep remembering. So in your assumption, School B might have a center program or more at-risk kids, but we might see they have more at-risk kids because the number down lower is higher, but we don't know if they have a center program. So I don't know. Maybe if the vignette about it could be, included
great.
would be helpful. I don't know.
Yeah, that's a great suggestion. We can just move it over and add School A and bullet out a few characteristics of School A and School B and bullet out a few, because that is really the point. Obviously the data itself illustrates variability, but it doesn't tell the story, and I think you're more interested in the story. So we'll make that improvement, and honestly, I think given the dialogue, which is extremely helpful, by the way, we'll go ahead and update the version in board docs so that it's a better record of what we actually talked about, in case you need to refer back to it at any point.
May I ask one more clarifying question? Thank you for your patience. So if we go down to the budget per student, School B received $11,300 per student from the district. Yes? Okay.
You want to explain?
Or no?
Well, some of that is carry forward, right?
No.
No.
Nope.
Nope.
That is correct, yes.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
But that's not made up of all of the per pupil, right? So I just want to make sure there's other allocations that are given out that add into this.
Right, but this is what came from the district?
Exactly.
Yeah,
Yes.
okay, thank you.
Okay, so this is for the same table, but for secondary schools, for two secondary schools. What I can do is I'll go over what I have here, and then I do have more information that I thought you guys might ask questions about each school, so I can give more information as we go through this. Is that'll be okay? All right. So again, School A is a smaller school a smaller high school in the district. So I'm going to say one of the smallest high schools in the district with a very low at-risk percentage. The school did decide to under-budget the non-salary expenses, support an additional counselor in the building, and they plan to replenish this with a carry forward in the fall. So they're making that choice to maintain a counselor position. School B is the largest high school in the district. So we can often think about one of those, with a large career and technical CTE program, right? So they receive additional funding for the CTE program, and so that does help with the staffing models in the school. Neither school is a Title I school here. So the enrollment of the first school is, School A is 815 is the projection. So with this, they do receive a higher size equity tier. So you can see that in the bottom area of the non-at-risk allocations being a little bit higher. They do have an additional counselor, like I mentioned, that the other school would not have at this size. The FRL between both, FRL for the first school is 17%, and FRL at risk of 17%, and then School B at risk of just under 30%. Is that a little bit more helpful to have a little bit more detail? I'll put it next to the site. I have the information here. So we'll do that and repost these. All right. Well, thank you so much. I'm going to turn the rest of this over to Brendan to finish it out.
Great. Okay, so as a reminder, to keep us oriented, we're back to our timeline without a line in April. We will do an updated revenue forecast and district-wide priority investments. So those shorthand, we usually focus on departmental budgets, but I do think it's important to go cast a slightly broader net. My hope is that not only will we be talking about general fund investments, but also that we'll be providing some parameters for the capital reserve fund, because I think prior to presenting the May proposed budget, I want to make sure you've had a chance to digest more than once, potentially, what's happening in terms of capital investment and what resources are available to support capital investment. I know that's been a long interest of yours. And so Shawneen will be with us in April, and we'll be talking more about capital funds flows, which are different because it's not, it's not part of the School Finance Act, really. Okay. And then final reminder, we didn't want to repeat all the revenue slides because we imagined that potentially you had seen it in another venue. But for purposes of the public record, we did attach all of them as an appendix. They are unmodified, meaning it's exactly what we presented last month in various venues. This is just a reminder that we presented 3 different scenarios that do vary between a decrease of $4 million and a decrease of $21 million. And that's a dollar for dollar comparison to current year dollar amounts. So, for folks who are tuning in, what does it mean when actual revenue declines for the district? That makes it extremely difficult for the district to deal with any cost increase whatsoever. So, for example, there are cost increases we can't control. The cost of computers, the cost of who knows what. Excel keeps repricing things. So there's things that we have to buy, and sometimes the cost goes up, and it's very difficult to absorb that when we don't have additional revenue. Much less, typically we talk about additional revenue as a resource from which we can offer compensation increases to our staff who are working exceptionally hard. And so in a declining revenue environment. That doesn't mean we're going to give anyone less money. And it does mean, we have some juggling to do. That's my little snippet for a PSA. And then any final questions or feedback or requests for our next visit with you?
I had one quick question, and it was slide 10, I believe. Let me scroll. Mr. Sammons, you mentioned that the APs, the assistant principals, are now going to be part of the SBB. And so to be clear, that means that the principals are now able to determine if they want to support an AP, or is the expectation that they will have the AP and that money is included in the SBB? Maybe that is a superintendent question and not a Mr. Sammons question.
We do have a budget guidance book, but within the SBB, I keep using this term, we don't necessarily call it this, but there are some things that are discretionary and there are some things that are non-discretionary. I think we'd be hard-pressed to find a principal who wouldn't make that decision on their own, but we have sent the message to elementary principals who have a center-based program that it is a non-discretionary investment, and Brian's done the back-end work to adjust some SBB to make that happen for them, to make it affordable.
I think everyone I've heard has been so thankful to have it, so I think that's right. I was just curious as to the guidance from the district on it. Okay, thank you.
Can you just repeat what you said, that the last thing you said, there's some adjustment? I didn't catch that.
Yeah, so last year, the decision was made to invest in the assistant principals late, after school-based budgets were already completed. And so we ended up working on a central-based fund that sort of ended up pushed into the SBBs late, after the principals went through the budgeting process. And it was differentiated a bit. Some of the schools had already hired an AP. Some of the schools had not, but they had enough money to afford a third of one, right? And they just weren't doing it because they didn't have the money to afford a full one. And some of the schools just couldn't even think about it, any portion of it, or didn't have enough funds to offset any portion of it. So Brenna worked really closely with the school leadership team and Dr. Kim with Brian to determine what's a fair appropriation late in the budget game in order to add to their SBB so they can afford their AP. Some schools got 100% of an AP, some schools got less than that. And we talked to them also about, what did you give up in order to get your AP if you bought it for 100%, and how can we help you with that? So that's how last year worked, because it was a late breaking decision and school budgets were already completed. This year, Brian basically looked at budgets, looked at what schools had invested the year before, thought about what is a student to staff ratio that sort of allows you to think about purchasing this, and then do you want to share anything more than that in terms of, and then made adjustments to the elementary per pupil allocation according to the patterns and trends that he was seeing in terms of how people were able to invest in this really important position.
I think Superintendent Tracy, Dorland did a great job there. So we did the best we could to allocate it on an equitable basis. So the smaller schools with a smaller enrollment received more funding for the AP, and the larger schools would receive less. So it's more equitable as the sizes went through. No one really seemed to have a lot of pushback on that allocation model, and so I feel like it was really equitable and worked out really well. So
This is tangential a little bit, but I want to ask, just for clarity, because people in the community have been asking me, federal dollars for Title I and for special ed programming in particular, do those come to us through the state budget, or do they come directly to it? I want to know how some of those arrive, and I'm also interested in how much of our current budget is supported by directly received federal dollars.
Mm-hmm. Great questions. Luckily, because it would be yet one more agency that we'd have to know and understand, CDE does act as a pass-through for federal funding, all of it. We had one grant at one point in time that was more direct, and we messed up part of that grant. I see. President Parker remembers that. Anywho, so for sure CDE is the pass-through. So that's the mechanism. In terms of the dollars, I think you wanted rough estimates for how much we get. Title I, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Sammons, is maybe 12 million in total for the district. Another big federally funded program is actually our school lunch program, or the bulk of our school lunch. The state funds some, but the primary source is still the USDA as a pass-through CDE. We probably get like 20-ish million from just USDA. Incidentally, I know I recently gifted you an ACFR. I do believe that in the FNS fund, we do call out potentially federal revenue separate from Healthy Meals for All revenue, so you can check me. I think it's actually maybe slightly less than 20 million that we got passed through CDE. I think you asked about IDEA. Okay. Matt will be able to correct me if I'm wrong. I think it's averaging around, wait, oh, I thought he was here. It's like 16 or 17 million annually for that. And again, the total sped budget, I thought Matt was here, I apologize, was 120-ish million. So IDEA as a percentage of what we're spending on special education is roughly 10%, if that. Title I as a percentage of what we're spending on, for example, school allocations is not even 10%. It's I keep trying to do it in my head and I shouldn't. I'm going to not say.
I'll just add that I've been in touch with Commissioner Cordova about what they're hearing. You know, the Secretary of Education was seated yesterday, and so she doesn't know a lot right now, but she's paying close attention and communicating regularly with superintendents about the federal grants that come to CDE and then flow through to districts. So more to come on that, but I want you to know it's on our radar, and we are paying attention.
I do think the new secretary is really trying to wrestle with the challenges.
Thank you so much for that information.
Okay. One more stupid question. And Brenna, I can set up time with you afterwards if that's better. Is the because I have my handy dandy ACFR, is it the intergovernmental, is that the government money? Okay, cool. Thank you.
I have a question. When you started this, did you frame it as we are going to have to think about reductions? Isn't that, I'm like, was I here for that part of it?
Yeah, so I think what the superintendent alluded to is something we've talked about in the past, that big chunks of next year have already been allocated and budgeted. Obviously, you have not approved the budget yet, but we're just saying we want to be really transparent. We've certainly committed to our schools to make these resources available to them. So we're not going to be making any type of big changes, certainly not at the school level for next year. But if the board does want to start a conversation about the future, we've talked a little bit about the timeline upon which we need to be talking about any potential cost reductions. In the past, I've alluded a little bit to like an 18-month runway, approximately, so that we would start a conversation, for example, in April, that then is starting to apply in the subsequent fiscal year. So that's that approximately, am I counting right? I'm not, it's 15 months, sorry, 15-month time frame. So that, I think, is what the superintendent might have been alluding to, is that as we move through the spring, there's an opportunity, if the board is so interested, to have a parallel conversation about the subsequent year.
Okay, thank you very much. And we will take a 10-minute break now at 6:30, and we'll be back in 10 minutes. Our next agenda item this evening, the board will receive a presentation from independent consultant Perkins Eastman on the district's intention to create a strategic capital master plan to inform capital planning for the next 5 to 10 years. Following a brief introduction of the topic by district staff, the board will hear directly from Perkins Eastman about the firm and the process used to develop the strategic capital master plan. Before I turn this over to Mr. Gatlin, is there anything you'd like to add, Superintendent Dorland?
I would just like to say how excited I am for this work to begin and for the partner that we have selected, and very much excited for you guys to meet Patrick this evening. And I think Drew is with us as well, is that right? Or Drew is not with us tonight. But Patrick's here. I want to highlight that I believe and make sure just for our board and our listening public that what we're talking about doing is not necessarily what the district did in 2018 with a bond program, where they put a bond program together with the full intention of doing a general obligation override on a ballot initiative, and it was a large amount of money and all at once. This is more of a identification of the capital and facility needs in our community, and there could be multiple ways that we fund it, right? It could be over time. It could be through a ballot measure at some point in time. I know you studied Friday afternoon, some different options for raising revenue. But what this project will do is it will allow us to know what are our priorities and what are our needs when the revenue is available for the district to invest. And so I just feel really good about it. I think it was very difficult to come in and have to close 21 schools after so many of our schools were invested in with a bond program. And so I believe that this project also helps us be more strategic in the investment of our capital dollars, given also that it will be informed by the boundary study that we've done. So with that, I'm handing it over to Mr. Gatlin.
Great. Thank you, Superintendent Dorland. Thank you, President Parker and board members. I'm here with our Operations and Strategy Project Manager, Greg Avedikian, and joined online by Patrick Davis, who is a principal with Perkins Eastman. And Superintendent Dorland did a great job of setting the stage for really why this is really important for the district and us aligning our resources in a strategic way moving forward, and also learning from things that we've done in the past and making sure we're doing them better in the future. And I do want to preface this presentation with, we're pretty early on in our engagement with Perkins Eastman. We've just had a couple planning meetings with them, so there's still questions that we have. We're still wrapping our minds around how some of these pieces will come together. But certainly welcome any questions that the board has at the conclusion of the presentation. But just know that that's where we are right now. We're at the very, very beginning stage of engagement. And I think you're going to see some really neat and interesting examples from Patrick this evening around work that they've done and engaged with other large school districts across the country. And so with that, I did want to turn it over to Patrick, thank you, Patrick, for joining us online and for taking time to go through really what, more about you, the firm, and kind of the plan and the process as we develop the plan specific and unique for Jeffco.
Awesome. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Great. Okay, perfect. Well, first off, thanks for having me, and apologies I couldn't be there in person. I had another commitment earlier today and just couldn't get out of it, but certainly look forward to being there in person for the next opportunity. But yeah, thanks, Jeff, and thanks, Greg, and thanks, Superintendent, for the introduction. It's been as Jeff just mentioned, we're really early in the process, so this is a chance for us to say hello and introduce ourselves, but I think it will be the first of many conversations coming up, so looking forward to meeting you all and learning more. We're going to go through a few things here today, and we can leave questions to the end, but if you have questions as we go, feel free to just ask. But we'll keep it at pretty high level today, but we'll start with just sort of introductions of who we are, talk about high level goals of the Capital Master Plan, think about some of the data we typically look at as we're building these plans, how we typically go about putting the plans together, and then obviously leave time for some discussion. But just to start, as Jeff mentioned and Superintendent mentioned, my name is Patrick Davis. I'm a principal with the firm Perkins Eastman. We are a large, as I'll share in a minute, architecture and planning firm with experience around the country. My background is a little bit different than the most architectural consultants. I used to be in shoes similar to Jeff's. I was the COO for the DC public school system prior to joining Perkins Eastman and led their capital program before that, and also worked for Baltimore City Schools. So certainly know the complexities of managing a large portfolio and certainly delivering impactful projects. We are not in this project alone. We've got some great partners. RTA Architects is a local Colorado-based architecture firm and planning firm. They have a long relationship with and a lot of great partnerships. So they're going to be working side by side with us, doing some of the site assessments with us, but also they've got great experience working in the state of Colorado and building master plans that meet state requirements. We are also partnered with GH Phipps, who has a long relationship with Jeffco Public Schools. And they'll be mainly focused on constructability reviews and cost estimates as we think about different strategy options and making sure that the recommendations we're making from a capital standpoint are grounded in real world market conditions. And then we're also really excited to work with Flow Analytics, who you previously partnered with on the boundary study. There was work in that boundary study that was still obviously part of the conversation. We thought it would be critical for them to be part of our teams that we're building off of that great work that you all have previously done. And then we're also partnered with Education Resource Strategies as part of our team. Essentially, as we think about strategy, recommendations, and development, they're going to be with us thinking about the operational and budgetary impacts of potential recommendations. So we've got a pretty holistic team, both with national and local partners, and really excited for you to introduce them to you as we go through this project. Just a little bit more about Perkins Eastman since we're new to you. We are a large, as I mentioned, large architecture and planning firm. We've got 24 offices around the world. And K-12 is really one of our biggest practice areas and really where the firm started. We've been doing K-12 work typically with large districts for the last 40 years. We've been lucky enough to work with over 600 school districts around the country, quite frankly around the world. And then our specialty is in facility master plans. I lead our K-12 strategic planning practice, so we'll share some of those examples as we go. But as I mentioned, we're also partnered with RTA, who is based in Colorado Springs, but works all over the state. And like I said, they'll be with us side by side for most of the project, mainly helping with some site assessments and, again, really understanding what it takes to deliver a plan in the state of Colorado. We partner with RTA in a number of projects in the state of Colorado, so we are a team that knows how to work together. Just a little bit on our background with capital planning. So as Jeff mentioned, we've got a great experience working with large districts around the country. And that's not to say that we're going to bring whatever we did for those districts to Jeffco, but there's certainly some things we can learn from the work we're doing around the country and see what may work for Jeffco Public Schools. We worked with districts like Boston Public Schools, DC Public Schools, Milwaukee Public Schools, Oakland, Prince George's County in Maryland, Anne Arundel County in Maryland, D11 in Colorado Springs, plus many others. So as I mentioned, each plan we develop is really unique to that individual school community. And, we'll bring the same approach to working with Jeffco Public Schools. But like I said, there are some trends that we're seeing around the country that are certainly applicable to what we're seeing early on in Jeffco. And one of the things that's exciting about the work that we get to do is, not a single one of our projects has an end result that's the same. So while we can learn from these projects, we're going to tailor those solution sets for what works for Jefferson Public Schools. But we do come with a lot of experience working with large districts that are going through some similar conversations as you all. So just going to go through this really quickly of just high-level goals of what we want to be able to do in this capital master plan. One, it's make sure we have a comprehensive understanding of conditions. What are those conditions that currently exist in your building portfolio and in your capital needs? So what are the current conditions, trends? What are the potential impacts for Jeffco Public Schools? We also, as we're thinking about sort of building that understanding, it's critical that we're both informing internal decisions makers like you and the different teams at Jeffco, but also externally. As we go through this project, we want to make sure that the information we're looking at is presented in a clear and transparent way so that the school communities really understand what are the current conditions, what are the projected conditions, and how are those going to influence and impact future recommendations, so that as those recommendations come to light, they're informed and understand the sort of root cause of why those strategy recommendations are potentially needed. So a big part of work is making sure we have a clear understanding of conditions, both internally and externally. But this work is not going to be done, starting from scratch. There's a lot of great work that you're doing already and have been doing for a number of years at Jeffco Public Schools. So we really want to make sure this is supporting all those existing and planned initiatives. So building off the High School Reimagined, or the Magic Middle Schools, or the previous comprehensive boundary study, we want to make sure that this work is continuing that conversation and supporting that work. Like I said, we don't want to reinvent the wheel and start over when there's been a lot of great work. Our job is to understand those initiatives and projects and make sure we're building off of them and supporting them. So we're going to do a lot of work early on. We've already started doing some of that background research and had some conversations early on about what's going on in the district. What are those things you're thinking about? And our job is to really make sure we're understanding what are those long-term facility or capital needs that are needed to support those initiatives. So a lot of our work is really trying to get at the root of, and to really try to understand what are the great things that are happening already at Jeffco Public Schools and what's planned in the future so that we can support them. And then speaking of planning, really, simplistically, we want to make sure we have a really clear, holistic roadmap to prepare for that future. So what are the current conditions? Where are we going? But what needs to be done to achieve the goals of the district? So what are those sort of range of strategies? How do we put some guardrails on the project so that we have a clear understanding of what are we trying to accomplish in this effort? So we're going to go through a number of workshops and visioning sessions with different stakeholders and constituents, and really make sure we have a clear idea of what the end outcomes want to be. And then we want to develop this and use this as a roadmap to make sure we're getting there and developing different strategy recommendations that might be district-wide. That may be a policy type recommendation, or they may be very targeted recommendations in individual schools. But essentially, this needs to be a roadmap that allows you to have a clear path to achieving the goals of your projects, of your district. In order to do that, we acknowledge that this work is difficult. You all know this, but working for a school district is dynamic, right? Things change on a seemingly daily basis, and what we don't want to do is give you just this massive PDF document that will sit on a shelf and becomes obsolete in a month, which often happens in projects like this. And having been in shoes similar to Jeff's, I know how critical it is that decision making is informed by information, and that's easily updatable, so that the tools and resources and strategies are moving with the time and with the data. So one of the ways we do that is we build a series of custom tools that which we build in-house as part of the project, that will help with ongoing planning throughout the life of this project, but also extend beyond whatever the final deliverable is for this project. So we create these interactive tools that allow to bring in real life and live data. So as enrollment changes or as building conditions change, you have the tools and resources to continue planning even after this. This is just a quick example of project just down the road a little bit in D11, where, if you don't know too much about D11, they hadn't done a lot of building investments. They're a little bit further behind from where you are in terms of investing in their facilities. So one of the big charges of that project was to really help them understand, how do we capture all this data and use it to inform decision making. So this should play, hopefully, is just an interactive dashboard that allows them to really understand, how do these data inputs, what's happening on the left are these different data inputs around building condition, building utilization, safety scores, things like that. And this allows them to change the sort of the importance or the weighting of those data categories and how that may influence how different schools get prioritized for investment. This is a little bit of a simplistic view of it. There's a lot more sort of behind the scenes, but it's tied to their back end data, so that, as I mentioned, as enrollment changes, 2 years from now, they still have the logic and the approach to planning through tools like this, where they can continue to update their capital plan. So just a really quick example of different types of things we can create through this effort, so that this plan is living and breathing in many ways, and lives beyond a massive PDF document that'll sit on some server location. So one of the things we want to make sure we're doing as part of this project And really one of the first things we'll be doing is making sure we are, really understanding where Jeffco Public Schools is today. And that takes a lot of data analytics and understanding of current conditions. I think this chart is not new to you. I think it's been used previously, but typically we look at a number of different things. So I'm going to walk through just a few. It's certainly not a comprehensive list of things, but some of the big topics we tend to look at. Obviously, as we think about the future, how buildings need to support students and programs, enrollment is a big factor. So we'll be looking and digging deep into enrollments in the district. So obviously, as you all know, and I've been part of the earlier conversation, what's the impact of enrollment decline on the district, and how do the buildings need to be aligned to sort of address that reality? So thinking about demographic shifts, composition, any sort of grade level impacts. We look at things obviously at a district level, but also really drill down at different geographic scales, whether there's feeder patterns or regions or individual schools. We want to make sure we're looking at it sort of all different ways geographically, and also thinking about sort of the programmatic impacts of some of these enrollment shifts across the district. And then obviously enrollment is a big driver for and a main input into determining and understanding building utilization. So utilization meaning essentially what's the capacity of the building versus the number of students in that building. So we again do that in a number of different ways. We look at utilization district-wide. We look at it by school type. We look at it by region. We look at individual schools. These are just examples from other work we've done in this examples from Washington, D.C., where we started and worked with them to reevaluate their approach to developing a capacity methodology. So capacity, again, is a key input to understanding utilization. And that's something that's dynamic and often shifts. And developing a programmatic capacity, it's really important to understand how Jeffco Public Schools thinks about instruction and delivering of services. And our job is to make sure we're developing a methodology that aligns with that thinking from a programmatic standpoint. So one of the first things we'll be doing is working with the different departments and teams within the district to start thinking about what is the methodology that makes sense to determine a building capacity for Jeffco Public Schools. And this is really kind of updating all the great work that's been done already. So it's not starting from scratch, but it's perhaps evaluating what's been done and making tweaks if needed. But then also thinking about the sort of regionality of utilization. Are there areas of low enrollment, underutilization? Are there areas of overcrowding? Thinking about the impact of utilization and what that may mean from a long-range capital planning standpoint. The other thing we, especially in a choice environment, which obviously you all live in, and certainly in the state of Colorado, one of the things we find that drives enrollment a lot is just access to programs and making sure there's equity of access to the specialty programs or high quality schools. So building off of the work that Flo has already been doing with you through the boundary study, we want to probably take this a little bit further, really making sure we understand the distribution of academic programs across the district, but also really trying to make those connections to enrollment choice and understanding, what are the factors that are leading to families making school choice decisions and how does that impact enrollment trends and obviously building utilization. So we'll continue in that work around programmatic distribution. And then obviously a critical part of this is understanding building conditions. And we think about building conditions in perhaps maybe a different way than many groups. We try to think about the conditions of building in a really holistic sense. Obviously, we look at things like the condition of the roofs and HVAC systems and the electrical and all of those important things from an operational standpoint. You all have recently done building conditions, and we're going to take conditions assessments, and we're going to be taking that data and analyzing that, obviously. But we also want to think about the buildings in how they're supporting teaching and learning. So while those assessments are looking at the sort of nuts and bolts of a building, we also want to make sure we have a really good understanding of how well are the school buildings and campuses supporting 21st century learning? How do they align with educational specifications? So really trying to think about that experiential assessment and really trying to understand, are these buildings supporting the instruction and the teaching and learning and the supports we need for students in today's day. So we'll be looking at the conditions in through a few different lenses. And then obviously we need to make sure, and I should also say this is a really high level overview. There's going to be a lot more information we look at, but those are some of the key things. We need to make sure we're bringing all these things together in a logical way. In order to do that, we can't really, we can't build these things in a silo or in isolation. We need to make sure we're engaging effectively with different constituent groups. So that's going to start with internal leadership and internal experts. So we'll be having different meetings with all the different departments within Jeffco Public Schools, so we have a clear understanding of how does food nutrition think about the future, what are their current challenges, or how does special education think about their services and how the buildings are currently supporting them. So we'll be going through a series of interviews and work sessions with different internal departments to really, again, better understand what are those current challenges, what are the opportunities, and what's their plan for the future. So again, we're trying to build off of the great work and great thinking that already exists. Then we also want to make sure we're tapping in and leveraging the existing committee structures that you all have. There's a lot of great thinking that goes on in the current sessions, whether it's the DAC or other existing committee structures. We want to make sure we're leveraging those and informing them of this process so that they are brought along with us through the development of this plan. And then the other thing is obviously we want to make sure we're engaging effectively with school-based communities. I will say this is something we're still building with Jeff and Greg and the team around what this exactly looks like. I would say from our experience, engagement is something that's not uniform and something that we need to make sure we're tailoring to your needs. So over the next few weeks, we'll be thinking through sort of the construction of our comprehensive engagement plan, but generally we want to make sure we're touching and engaging with all these different stakeholder groups to make sure they are informing the process, but also are informed on the work we're doing. So more to come on this, but want to make sure you're understanding, you understand that engagement will be a big part of our work here. And then this is sort of another simplistic graphic, but as we think about all these sort of inputs, we really like to think about data-informed decisions, not necessarily data-driven. We don't want to be data blind, but we want to make sure all the data we're capturing and looking at turn into clear ways for us to process and organize information so that as we think about different strategies and recommendations, people can clearly start to see how those recommendations came to be and how the data we're looking at informed some of those recommendations. So what we're showing here is just an example from another client, Milwaukee Public Schools, who's going through a relatively similar project. Obviously, each project's a little bit different, but essentially they wanted to really understand how do schools know if they're going to land in a category that says, hey, we need to think about investing in the facility in this campus, or we need to think about expanding programmatic offerings in this part of town. How do they land in that category? Or this is also a district that's going through significant enrollment decline. How do schools land in a different strategy group for perhaps closure or consolidation? So what we did was built this interactive tool where the general public can actually start to see how their school flows through this diagram. And I want to be very clear, this is something that works for them. We're not at this point proposing anything like this for Jeffco, but just to show how we can start thinking about building frameworks, to organize the information ourselves, but also as we think about communicating externally, how people clearly understand different recommendations are being made. So this will play, but essentially you can select the school, but then you can start to see how the data at your school informs how you land in a potential strategy group. So we can start to sort of follow the hopefully easy to read flow diagram. We try to write things in ways that the general public will understand. Obviously, as I mentioned there outset, building the sort of knowledge base of the community is important in this. And, these projects are often littered with jargon and things like that. So we really try to make sure we're, creating tools and graphics that are easy to understand. So this is an example of what we use for them and built for them. But, I can say with fairly high level of confidence, whatever we build for you is probably going to be different, but it's going to really work for you. The other thing, as we think about those final plans, we want to make sure, again, we're writing and creating graphics and whatnot that are digestible, right? There's going to be a lot of sort of heavy information and topics, and it's really critical that we're creating tools and resources and plans that are easily to read and easy to understand, again, both internally and externally. So if there is a static version of something, it's clear to read, but also, again, pairing with some of those dynamic tools that we talked about earlier. So these are just examples from the outputs from our work in Boston and DC. And then just really high level, again, obviously this is a really high level, as Jeff mentioned, We're just getting going with a lot of this. But just to give you sort of the overall flavor of the schedule and where we're going, we're really in this sort of first peachy color of really trying to just get our head around all the information and understand the current conditions. We'll be doing that through the late spring. Once we have that sort of idea of the current state and sort of projected state of data, we want to make sure we're really thinking about what are those different strategy ideas that we want to think about across the portfolio. So we'll be thinking through, what are those different types of interventions we want to consider in the spring to fall of 2025. And then the last part is obviously the important part. We want to make sure this plan is something you can actually use and give you that sort of the toolkit to make those decisions. So thinking through the implementation planning would happen from the fall into the winter of 25-26. So obviously there's a lot of nuance and a lot more information that will go into this, but just to give you sort of that high level big picture view of where we're going. And I think that's it. So hopefully I left some time for some questions if you have them. But again, I really appreciate you allowing us to take the time to present today. But again, this will be the first of hopefully many more conversations, and I look forward to being at the next one with you in the room.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Board, do we have some questions, or do you have something you want to add first?
I thought we could go right into questions based on the presentation that you just saw and dedicate a little bit of time to that.
Okay. Board members?
Well, first, thank you for this. It's really exciting to see this kind of come through, and I'm really excited for the work that we're going to be doing on this. When we think about, so I'm looking at slide 11 specifically, but really it's that kind of like all the data inputs that go into that. Will we be kind of combining, and I know you mentioned some of this work has already started, but I'm thinking about like Tim Reed's model and long-term like list of all the things, right? Like we have kind of the building assessments, and I know there's a ton of data. Are we going to be able to input that into this?
Yeah, that's our plan.
Yes.
Patrick, you want me to jump? I'll go first, Patrick,
No,
and
go.
then hand it over
Yeah,
to
yeah,
you.
go for it.
Thanks. That is our plan. With the facilities team has done a great job collecting data, maintaining data. So part of this initial phase of the engagement is getting the data to Patrick and the team. So they can analyze it, so they can go through it. And then we also want to verify it, and we want to make sure that the data that we have is verified, it's accurate, and that our pricing is up to date and matching what they would recommend. So we do feel like we have a big head start with a lot of the data that our team has managed over time, and that's certainly something that we're feeding to the team, and that they'll use as one of those inputs.
And then I know we have a tremendous amount of data in our dashboards just around, I don't know how much student data would actually go into something like this, but from a utilization standpoint, would we be pulling any of that information too from the dashboards that I know we have? Okay. A big exciting part of this to me is sustainability and the opportunity to look at things kind of with that lens. Will our director of sustainability get to be involved? Awesome.
Yep. We've specifically called out our sustainability program manager to be engaged in this work to make sure that that component is certainly really embedded into the work moving forward.
Awesome. Thank you. And last question. I know when we were talking about on slide 18 stakeholders, I'm happy to see this slide, and I'm happy to see the discussion around shareholders and stakeholders. I would lift up that let's make sure when we're thinking about all the stakeholders, it's also the community that doesn't have kids in school, because I think a lot of folks are really interested in how we're investing our money, taxpayer dollars. And so I would just flag that as something that I thought of as our community not associated with our schools is almost sometimes as important as the community that is.
Other questions?
I was wondering in the plans, where do we put cost? Like how much things, the different options cost, or do we just not put that into this plan at all? How do we deal with money and budgets?
For the items that are identified in the plan?
Yeah, like,
Yeah.
like I was looking at the flow chart, so if there's two options or they're flowing into one, how do we know which one costs more? And, you know, how do we do that kind of comparative budget analysis?
Patrick, I'm wondering if you can talk through maybe some different approaches that you've taken to, to make sure that the cost portion is part of that and is visible and transparent and understood.
Yeah, no, certainly it's a great question, and certainly a big part of the implementation is understanding those costs. I think one of the things we will do, and I think we're excited to really have GH Phipps, who is again a local contractor on the team, to help inform some of those capital sort of building related costs. I think one of the things we like to do is create, really get a clear understanding of current conditions around costs, but then also, have the resources and tools to project future costs. So we'll have what's called escalation rates factored in to really understand what are the long-term costs. Because I think one of the things that's important to recognize is we don't always know when projects are going to start exactly. So having the resources and tools to say cost, baseline cost for a renovation of this scale is, X dollars per square foot in this market, but we typically apply a 3% compounding escalation rate. So have the resources and say, if we're going to start the project in 2028, we can then project out the cost in the future. So that'd be a big part of our work as we're thinking about those sort of facility investments. The other cost component I would say that's critical is the operational cost associated with some of these things. So thinking about what's the cost to expand your footprint, or if we're thinking about perhaps consolidation or closure decisions, what are those operational costs as well? So looking at that from a capital standpoint, but also making sure you're informed of the sort of downstream operational costs as well. So anyways, I don't know if I clearly answered, but it'll be a big part of the work. Make sure you're clear, understanding the impacts of recommendations.
Yeah, thank you. I remember when we had a presentation about the RFP that would pick our contractor, we talked a lot about two things. The first one, and then I'll ask the second, was around innovation. I remember specifically there was conversations about like, oh, well, if we're talking about infrastructure and we know that our workforce is in desperate need of housing, is there any way to incorporate this kind of strategic plan into those kinds of things that we're also talking about in other, adjacent realms? And so I just wondered if any of the work that you've done, you've been able to, sorry, I'm looking at you, Jeff, and I'm asking Patrick, but if there's any examples you have of in other districts incorporating those kinds of, kind of out of the box innovations.
Maybe Jeff, I could start and then feel free to jump in. But on every project, I think we're fairly innovative, especially in terms of how to use facilities creatively. You mentioned housing. We've done a lot of work around workforce housing analysis and planning. We do a lot of work in California where that's a very hot button topic, and certainly a lot of districts are thinking about things like that. So anyways, I think it'll be a big part of this. Obviously, we don't exactly know what the innovation for you is yet, but I think it's safe to say we'll make sure we bring that to the project and work with you to figure out what the sort of different levers are you want to explore are.
Okay, and then the other one, we had talked about how in other planning, there was afterwards a lot of questions about like, well, why did that school get picked for this? And, why did a lot of why and who got picked and what's fair and that kind of thing. And so we had talked about, so there's a lot of questions around what's equitable or equity. And I noticed, Patrick, that you used the term twice in the presentation, and I'm just wondering for your firm, what does it mean to create an equitable plan?
Yeah, it's a great question. I think equity is a term that school districts throw around all the time, and I don't know that anyone really understands what it means, but I think essentially it is making sure, for me, it's ensuring, resources are allocated to the areas of highest need and providing the sort of resources needed to make sure everyone has that ability to achieve and create those great learning environments. And that's not typically, obviously we'll follow your lead, but that's not a one-size-fits-all approach. It's really trying to understand what are those needs of each individual communities and working to understand, what are those interventions and strategies that are going to work for that community. And that's probably not going to be the same in every single part of the district. Obviously, you have a wide geographic distribution across Jeffco, and we really can't have that. We need to do this here and that the same thing over there. It's really trying to understand what are those unique needs that are going to provide the spaces and the environments needed for that community. But essentially, it's making sure we're not doing a cookie cutter approach to just giving you sort of vanilla plans, right? It's really trying to understand those needs and delivering strategically across the portfolio.
Thank you. And just one comment, I really appreciate the data-informed approach. Because I think within that other question, there were a lot of questions around like, well, who advocated harder for what school? Or, I think it was just unclear, like how some of those decisions were made. And so I think I really like the tool that allows a school to kind of, or the external audience to go through and look at the different, like the scenario mapping. I was immediately wanting to figure that out, and we don't need to talk about it, like what is the input of those, but I don't think there is data input in those. But anyways, something I would be curious about is that if we decided to use a kind of dynamic tool like that, I think it'd be great in interactive sessions where people could look at scenarios and talk them through, especially if there was costs and, the pros and cons related. But so I like those kinds of data-informed approaches. I think it can help a lot with those discussions that seemed ambiguous in the past. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
I have a couple of questions. The first one is, will we get a list of what we think every school should have to make sure that they've got, like we've got the vestibules, safe, whatever, just certain things that we want to make sure every school has?
Yeah, I think that's going to be part of this initial analysis of, what is the current landscape, what is in all of our facilities, what is our deficiency database saying, and then doing a bit of a gap analysis too on that to understand where might we be missing the mark in certain places, and identifying that as kind of really part of this early on phase.
And I know some of them, are difficult because if you do things all together, you get the, quantity discount of certain things. Because I'm thinking of smaller, not a big wing to a building. But it seems to me, looking at some of the capital asset reports that I've seen, there are a list of things that seem very minor, but they've been hanging around for a long time. So it's just those, I would love to be able to check off a bunch of things. Second thing is making sure that we ask the school principal what they want, because, for instance, I was up at Conifer High School, and the big thing there is an auditorium, and they don't have it. It's a high school without an auditorium. So, the big ticket things that have been on the drawing board for some schools, but they never got it yet, to figure out a way it's, might not meet the list of what I say is a priority, but it's an equity thing.
Yeah, we're absolutely going to engage with schools. We also know that schools know their conditions the best, and so our deficiency database might say one thing, and most likely it's going to match the need of the building, but then there's other things too, and who knows it best other than the principal, facility managers, custodians, all of those staff members that really know the building well and know the issues that tend to pop up, and we'll make sure that that's included in that as well.
Yeah, thanks. Okay, well, that's exciting. I'm looking forward to this, and all we need is a little money. We can go forth. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Patrick. Appreciate you taking time.
Yep. Yeah, thank you all. All right, have a good one.
Okay. So,
Yes, again.
for our next agenda item, the board will receive a presentation on surplus recommendations regarding 3 former Jeffco school sites and 1 vacant land site that will be voted on at the March 13, 2025 board meeting. Staff will also present on improvements that have been made to the property disposition process. So, got the same presenters here.
again.
Before I turn this over to the coughing Mr. Gatlin, Superintendent Dorlin, is there anything you'd like to say?
Thank you, President Parker. I do want to inform the board, before hearing this presentation on the next round of property disposition, that we have made contact through Mr. Gatlin with the county manager. And so we have communicated, as we normally do, with the impacted municipalities, but in this case, the county, because all of these properties are in a spill the beans, but in unincorporated Jeffco. So the county is aware, the staff at the county is aware, and we have already begun those conversations. I think I'm in a meeting with those individuals, those leaders from the county soon, and with Mr. Gatlin. So I just wanted to make sure you knew that we had already started those staff conversations. And looking forward to sharing with you our latest thinking on what's next for surplus.
Great. Thank you for having us for the second in a series of back-to-back presentations. So really the purpose of this presentation was twofold. Really talk through, I want to start with really reviewing improvements that we want to make to our property disposition process. We continue to learn, we continue to find opportunities to do it better, and we feel like we're making some very real changes to the process. It really in that mindset of continuous improvement to just continue to get better and hopefully continue to land with a positive outcome or outcomes. And then Mr. Avedikian will walk through the data case and data slides for the recommendation to surplus 3 former school sites and 1 or 2 tracts of contiguous land that makes up really 1 parcel, all, as Superintendent Dorland mentioned, in unincorporated Jefferson County. And just kind of a procedural item, the consent agenda at next week's meeting will include the resolutions for the board to approve for each of the specific properties that we go through tonight. And the board will take formal action on the surplusing of the sites next week. So I wanted to start with what have we learned and what are we doing a little bit differently as we go through, or as we set the stage to go through the process this time. And I wanted to just talk through a few themes around those improvements. And so the first one is really just around where we are tonight with the recommendation for surplus. We heard from the board that the absence of ECE information made it hard to really make the best informed decision. So you'll have access to and be presented early childhood education information today by Mr. Avedikian. That's part of the data that we'll be providing. I also wanted to talk a little bit about process. We are planning to modify our municipal interest process. As you know, and like Superintendent Dorland mentioned, one of the very first things we do is reach out to a municipality and ask if there's an interest in the site. Up till now, it's been an all or none interest in the site. And we are anticipating interest from some of our municipalities for portions of our sites. And we're trying to find a way to strike a balance around community benefit, which we know is a value of ours and of yours, and also value. And there was a concern initially around if we carve up a site and give a portion or try to work an agreement out with the municipality for a portion, it's going to be really hard to make up value with the remaining portion of the site. So we have developed a process that we're excited to try and see how it goes, where it would allow a municipality to express interest, and we could try to negotiate for a portion. We can think of a couple sites off the top of my head where there's a community park, but it's school district owned. We're anticipating interest from our municipalities for just the park. That might be just all that they want. And then working the remaining portion of the site through our regular process and making sure that we can land at a process, community benefit, valuation, all the criteria that we use in conjunction with the municipal specific interest as well. So we've created a process. We've actually, we just updated our website to kind of go through what that process is going to look like and what we'll try. And hopefully it strikes a nice balance there with that. And then there's other little things around, codifying a formal offer to a municipality, a formal acceptance or declination of that offer, just to make sure that we're being really clear and transparent and prevent any misunderstandings around intent or even intent at a specific part of time in the process. So that'll be one thing as well. Moving on to community meetings, we know this last round of community meetings, there were certainly challenges. I know some of you were at those meetings and saw some of the challenges firsthand. simple things from the space, the comfort, the capacity, to are we being clear about the purpose of the meeting, the outcomes of the meeting? Are we using a facilitation method that's the right method to make sure we're hearing all the voices that are in the room? We heard that it was important for our communities to have Jeffco staff be in the front of the room. So those are all things that we want to try doing a little bit differently this time to see if it resonates. We also heard an interesting thing around, we spent a lot of time in the last round of community meetings kind of rehashing the past, like how did we get here? And we heard we don't need to do that. We can be sensitive to the fact that we're talking about something near and dear to our communities, a closed school and a school site, but we don't have to go through all of the how we got here again, and just really start with the process moving forward. And then one other unique thing that we experienced as we were really going through the pre-qualification phase of our process was the introducing our final evaluation criteria, and a couple other things that I'll talk through at this stage of the process was creating some confusion and I think some unintended resistance. And so what we're proposing in the pre-qualification phase, and the goal of this is to ensure that we have high quality proposers and the greater number of options. Really, that's what we want to see come out of this, and we saw some of the things that we were doing prevent that from happening. So we're really proposing that the pre-qualification phase is really focused on qualifications. We're being very intentional at this phase to not see site concepts, because that was a really major sticking point at this phase of the process is maybe a premature site concept was proposed that didn't align to the community values, the underlying zoning, and it created immediate resistance. And I don't blame our communities at all for not being able to get past that. And because of that, we felt like we might have missed an opportunity to move some very qualified proposers down the road to get to the call for offers phase. So really, you're seeing language that's tied more to qualifications around experience, track record, financial stability, technical capability, compliance and legal standing, past performance references. We also want to make sure that that these criteria will apply to both a reuse or a repurpose of the facility and a potential development proposal too. We've seen great community support for reuse and repurpose, assuming a competitive proposal. So we want to make sure that this is allowing all types of options to come through at this phase. And one that I did want to call out was we thought it was important at this phase of the process to identify that there's heavy consideration around an entity whose use would negatively impact school enrollment in the district. And we wanted to just signal that and identify that and make sure that that was really understood, that the whole goal of this process is to land in a great place with our community, with the reuse, but also reinvest resources to where our students are. And so we don't want to make that situation even worse by landing in a place where it might have a negative enrollment impact, which would be counter to what we're trying to do. And then the last two things that I wanted to go through were at the call for offers phase. So how we're drawing this up this time really is at the pre-qualification phase to make sure we're moving on qualified potential buyers. But we also realize we need some type of review and design process around the proposals that come in. And so what we're doing at the call for offers phase is actually kind of dividing up this step into two parts, where the proposers, if it's a development in particular, will propose a concept. And then we'll use the Property Disposition Advisory Committee and ad hoc members to provide input, to modify it, a little bit of a shred activity, and then allow the proposer to come back with a final concept. At this point in the process, we will have already approved the recipients, the proposers in that round. And so really, it's just the goal is to really kind of massage the proposal and make sure that the proposal is aligned to what the community wants. So that'll be another change that we're looking to implement in partnership with JLL on that. And then the last one, for a couple reasons, we're going to include, when we do bring a purchase and sale agreement to the board for approval, we'll also include a resolution from the board that it was something that the title company asked for. We were able to provide board minutes that suffice for the title company in the most recent closings, but also some language that would allow Superintendent Dorland or a designee to execute some minor contract adjustments that we might see in the process, where a date might change, or something needs to get extended from a Friday to a Monday that requires a new contract to be signed. And so our plan would be to ask the board to approve a resolution that would also authorize that. So I wanted to pause there before we get to the surplus recommendation and just see if the board has any questions that I could answer around kind of process improvements and things that we want to try doing a little bit differently moving forward.
I just have one quick note. First of all, thank you for this. I think it's really encouraging to see that as we're doing, we're learning. And I'm really proud of us to recognize that we can do things better. So I appreciate that. One note I just want to say on slide 5, on the impact and enrollment, I appreciate the language there, because I do want to make sure we leave ourselves space for situations where, like Coal Creek Canyon, where another school, a charter school, in fact, one of our own charter schools, was the best option. And so I don't want to completely preclude that. So I appreciate the language that we will consider the impact of, because I think that allows for us to be creative and understand that not every situation is going to be identical.
I am so grateful for your adjustments and willingness to look at what we've done. And I am, I just think, I don't know if I'm not really surprised. It's just so good. I think the way that you have revamped and listened, and I mean, every little detail that I could remember of something that I had hoped for that might be adjusted or improved, I feel like is in your plan now. And so I just am just so grateful for that. And I just really feel like the process is in really good hands with you all leading this. So thank you.
You sort of took my comment, but I also wanted to lift up the responsiveness to community feedback in the process, and we've had people come to public comment and reflect on that, which I think is phenomenal, honestly. So I also want to lift up the care with which you are holding the process. Certainly we are focused on the outcomes, right? But the process, especially when there's community engagement, is so incredibly important. And you all have been incredibly responsive and just seem to have a lot of clarity on how important that is. And I want to say thank you so much. Really appreciate it.
I will ditto that. And especially since I get the pleasure of signing some of the final documents, I better trust you guys. Have done everything you're supposed to do to that point. So, yeah. Thank you. It's really going well, better than I feared. and it's working.
Thank you. Thank you. Yep.
Thanks. Okay, if there's no more questions on the process changes, I'd love to just walk us through the properties that superintendent has already kind of spoiled. They're all in unincorporated Jeffco, so cat's out of the bag. So here's an overview of the properties that we're going to be recommending to you for surplus this round. Again, we've kind of worked under this guiding principle of trying to work with, 1, 2 at the most municipalities at a time. And so it happens that, our current analysis was that we had properties in unincorporated Jefferson County that all met our criteria right now for surplus. And so we've opted to move forward with that slate of properties. And so the entity that we will be dealing with on the municipal/governmental side is Jefferson County. So we're looking at the former Bergen Meadow Primary Building, which is in the Evergreen articulation area. The Evergreen Meadows Tract, which is kind of just the name of this vacant property. That's kind of in between the Evergreen and Conifer articulation area. There's nothing built on it, so it doesn't really have an articulation area because it's vacant, but it's in that area. Colorado Elementary School, which is in the Dakota Ridge articulation area, and then Pfeiffer Elementary School, which is in the Bear Creek articulation area. So that's just a little map kind of showing you where those fall. Again, just a reminder of our criteria for surplusing a property. The students affected by the closure consolidation have been accommodated. The operational schools within 3.5-mile radius have space for more students. Our long-term enrollment projections don't indicate significant growth in the impacted areas. And again, we're following a bundled approach that our advisors have recommended and that we generally think is a good approach to how we work with our municipal partners as we go through this work. And so, of course, all of these properties have met those criteria as we will outline. So we dive a little bit deeper on the data. So Bergen Meadow is our first surplus recommendation. There's an aerial photograph. One note with the Bergen Meadow property is those beautiful green baseball fields that you see in the right side of the picture are under a use agreement that we have in place with Evergreen Parks and Recreation that is in force until 2930. And so that would be a condition of this property no matter how it is transferred. And so that's just something we wanted to name that exists with that property. Again, it's in the Evergreen articulation area. It's a 13.3 acre property. It's interestingly situated between some municipal buildings to the west and then largely residential areas to the south and east. And then your area articulation elementaries serving that area are Bergen, the new Bergen Elementary School, the Wilmot Pre-K 5, and Parmley K-5. And so all students from Bergen Meadow, as you know, were accommodated when we consolidated the primary with the Bergen Valley Elementary to create the Bergen Elementary. Just some information on the building here. It's a 1970 building, about 50,000 square feet. There were $272,000 of CIP investments made, and the building's been vacant since this past summer when the consolidation with Bergen was complete. And so looking at our utilization rates in the articulation area, as you can see, we do have an excess of 407 seats in that articulation area for a utilization factor of 70%. And then Evergreen being one of our more rural artics, typically in 3.5 mile radius, we'd have multiple schools. In Evergreen, we only have Bergen within that radius. And so looking just at Bergen's capacity versus enrollment, we can see that they're sitting on about 108 seats of excess capacity at this time, putting them at a 78.5% utilization. And we wanted to share the pre-K data, as Mr. Gatlin shared in the first portion of the presentation. And so one caveat, because of the way the UPK program works, and we now participate in that UPK alongside all of the other providers, you can have students on a wait list but attending another program. And so what the aggregate data here shows us is that while we have 120 seats, we only have 104 students occupying those seats, 5 students who are on the wait list who we believe are being served elsewhere, but remain on the wait list for that program per the structure of UPK. Our long-term enrollment projections in the Evergreen area are that we'll actually experience a mild decline of about 2.9% by the 29-30 school year, which represents a reduction of enrollment in the area by 72 students overall. Given that growth, we don't anticipate a need for additional capacity. However, our facilities team believes that it would be possible to construct a 4 to 6 classroom extension on the Bergen campus given the size of the property there if it was ever needed. And that's a consideration you'll see us make on all the properties, although none of them are facing any growth. Recommendation number 2 is our vacant land at Evergreen Meadows. This land has come to us through a dedication related to development, but it's in a largely rural area where development is very not dense, and so we don't believe that it's likely a school would ever be needed on this site, just land that we've acquired. It's 11.15 acres across two platted lots, surrounded by single-family homes and currently zoned for rural residential in the county. It's pretty close to Marshdale, just north of our Marshdale Elementary. And so just to do an analysis, even though we're not really talking about enrollment implications because this was not a school site, I just wanted to share our Conifer capacity data. And so we are only at 68.3% K-5 utilization in the Conifer area. And for the schools within a 3.5-mile radius of the site, we're at about a 69.72 utilization. And then again, just to see what the pre-K data looks like for Conifer, of 180 seats available at our Conifer sites, we have 113 students there.
I just wanted to ask a question on this slide about Marshdale Pre-K.
Yes.
Because I got an email recently about, it was a staff member who couldn't get her child into Pre-K. But this shows that there's only 19 students with 60 seats. Is that up to date? Or is that this year maybe and not next year? Because
This is current year data, so I don't know that we've looked at the next year choice projections, but based on current year enrollments, yeah, that's
Okay.
correct as of 3 weeks ago.
Right, and I mean, for this property that's vacant, I'm not saying we shouldn't sell it, but it was just a question I had about
Sure.
pre-K.
And I also know there are a complexity to some of the pre-K offerings so that we have half-day and full-day programs, and the way we count the seats gets very complicated. If you start to count a half-day seat, you have to count it twice because there's 2 sessions. So we tried to do the best we could with our pre-K staff to kind of represent the reality of seat availability.
That's helpful because sometimes people want full day, but we only have a half day or vice versa. So that gets tricky. In addition, again, this is this year. So sometimes there's a bubble of kiddos who want to come in. And then it's further complicated by the variable around 3-year-olds and 4-year-olds and the number of each in each classroom. And then it's further complicated by the fact that we hold some seats for students who are identified through Child Find for special education needs over the course of the year. So there's just a lot of variables that for any parent that might be emailing a board member, there may be unique circumstances related to the type of day they're looking for. Marshdale might have additional people applying, so I'd be happy to have first team help that mom if we can get in there, but there's all these different variables that make the preschool piece really complicated. Plus we have private providers. Go on and on.
Yeah, but just to clarify, this is just this year's current enrollment data, so actual students and seats as of our October count. And then for that Conifer articulation area, we also forecast a decline of about 1.5%, so more stable enrollment, but still anticipating to actually lose 35 students total by 29-30, as they also have an imbalance of more secondary enrollments and a smaller number of primary enrollments following them. Okay. Recommendation number 3 is Colorado Elementary, which is located in the Lily Gulch area. This is in the Dakota Ridge articulation. It's about a 10-acre site, surrounded mainly by single-family homes with some commercial corridor to the east. You can see our articulation area schools there for Dakota. And the new boundary school accommodating Colorado students is Powderhorn. Colorado is a 1977 building. It's about 44,000 square feet. We did have a significant CIP investment there of about $1.8 million. And the vacancy was in June of '23. And then when we look at the Dakota Ridge articulation area, you can see that we have an excess of 646 seats currently, which puts the articulation at a 60, my eyes are getting blurry already, 69.7% rate there for utilization. And then as you expand that to a 3.5 mile radius, you do capture some of Bear Creek, which is very close. And so within that 3.5 mile radius of Colorado, you've got about a 63.6% utilization rate. So a large excess number of seats in that area. And then for the pre-K data, see we have 140 seats that are available in the articulation with 124 occupied seats and a wait list of 3. And when we look at our long-term enrollment projections, going out to 2930 for Dakota Ridge, we forecast a decline of 291 students, or about 7.5%. We do have capacity to expand buildings in that area, although the forecast certainly doesn't suggest that it would be a need. And then finally, our fourth recommendation for this round of surplus is Pfeiffer Elementary School. I will mention that Pfeiffer does have a COP obligation that runs through the end of 2026. However, we're working with our finance team to explore options that would release that obligation sooner. The obligation could be either a condition of acquisition for the building, or we're still working through it with our finance team, but we have a pretty strong inclination that since those certificates of participation are near their end, they probably have a reduced collateral requirement at this point that could be accommodated. So we'll have more information as we get through the process on that, but it is one thing we wanted to point out. And again, Pfeiffer is in the Bear Creek articulation, very similar in size to Colorado, 10-acre lot, surrounded mostly by single-family homes with a multifamily development to the immediate west-southwest. And then you've got your articulation area schools listed there for Bear Creek. The receiving school, that's the new boundary for the Pfeiffer area, is Kendallview. Again, like I said, very similar size and era of construction, so 1973 building with 44,000 square feet. A smaller CIP investment was made of 896,000. And so looking at the Bear Creek articulation area, I did want to just present another kind of data factor here as I was just going through all of our utilization and enrollment data. One unique thing about the Bear Creek enrollment area, the way that Denver sort of extends into that area and creates an interface between DPS and Jeffco Public Schools, is that we serve probably the most significant number of out-of-district students of any articulation area there. And so I just wanted to do a breakout to show, so in that column showing our number of current K-5 enrollments, 2,084 is the total number of students we serve in that articulation. 219 of those K-5 students come to us from other districts. And so we have a flow of students that go both ways when we have those border areas of our district, but I just wanted to illustrate that as I felt like it was a compelling data point. And so I displayed our utilization capacity showing, with current enrollment of all students, we're at about 70% of utilization, so still a pretty large excess of seat capacity. But if you control for those out-of-district students, it's actually closer to a 62.8% utilization factor. And then if you expand that to a 3.5 mile radius around Pfeiffer, similarly, you get about a 69% utilization. If you back out of-district students, it goes down to about a 61. And an important caveat to that data is, like I said, those students move in both directions. And so we also certainly have students who live in Jeffco choice into a DPS or other non-district school as well. So it's not to say that that's a 100% parity, but we think it's probably a factor of the strategy team's analysis has said probably somewhere around 0.7 students that we lose for every student that we bring in from another district. Oh, and one other note on this one is that because Red Rocks Elementary is in the Bear Creek articulation area, we have generally excluded any temporary building capacity from how we calculate capacity, knowing that our plan is not for those temporaries to be there forever and that we've already worked through disposing of a large number of those. Red Rocks is unique in that they've really opted to keep those temporaries and to really make that part of their model of how they enroll. And so we are treating them just for Red Rocks as capacity. And then there's our pre-K enrollment data for Bear Creek. And so Bear Creek is somewhat of an oversubscribed area when it comes to pre-K. And I've talked with our pre-K team about kind of some of the reasons for that. They do see a significant number of folks who are on wait lists in Bear Creek, but do have their students enrolled in our pre-Ks that are in adjacent articulations. And Bear Creek does, because of its kind of shape and the way it snakes through, it touches a number of other articulation areas that families have possible availability at. But one thing that they are pursuing is adding pre-K to Bear Creek K-8 in the future. And they did point out that Patterson, which is less than 3.5 miles from many residents who live in Bear Creek articulation, does have an excessive capacity right now. So the general understanding is that we are oversubscribed on paper in this way when you just look at the articulation, but that there is capacity around the articulation area. For long-term enrollment projection, Bear Creek also faces a decline of 6.6%, so similar to the decline that we're forecast in Dakota by 2930, which represents a decrease of 305 enrollments in that articulation area. We still have capacity on several of our sites as illustrated here if we ever needed to expand capacity, but the forecast for the next several years does not indicate there would be a need for that. And we just want to give you a moment to ask any questions you have about this recommendation.
I just wanted to say that last example made me think of the early childhood conversation that we had when I can't think of the school. Thank you, Glennon Heights. I'll just say, like, if I were that company that bought that school, I might look at that and go, ooh, there's another one where we might expand our offering because of those numbers. So that's just the kind of thing that went through my mind and I understand the on paper and the double counting and all of the things. So it's very hard to say. But I just wanted to say out loud that that's the part of that last one that I wondered about when we did that. And I also know, and Superintendent Dorland has talked about how hard it is for the district to put like a Campbell Early Childhood Center, in another spot. But I just want to make sure we're thinking through all of that when we're thinking about voting for disposition of these schools, so that we just are sure we wouldn't want to have an early childhood center in an area like that. So I don't know if I hadn't noticed that slide before. I apologize if I hadn't, but that's what just came to mind as a memory and some thinking. Yeah.
I have a question. If we vote on this next week to surplus them, time frame-wise, because Pfeiffer and Colorado are my schools, and I've got a lot of interested people in my district, when do you anticipate community meetings would start happening?
I think we're still considering a similar time frame to the last round, where we'd be planning community meetings for early summer, sometime on the June time frame. And also that would be dependent on our discussion with the county and the county's interest in pursuing the municipal process on any or all of these properties. And so that's a TBD that will come up officially if and when these properties are voted to be surplused.
Okay, thanks. Any other questions? Yep.
Similar about timeline, I may have missed it and spaced a minute. But we're going to go into the municipal conversation first with Jefferson. Do you have any indications about what that timeline might be like before we, is that what you just said?
You know, we talked, something that we've talked a lot about around timing of the municipal process. We want to make sure our municipal engagement doesn't drag on and on and on and really not get anywhere. And so we've kicked around some different approaches to this around, 30 days and we need to know this. And so we also realize it's complex. We're dealing, in this case, we're dealing with the county, which, maybe even more inflexible at times than a local municipality. So part of our thinking was to, if there is interest, to co-design a schedule that we can kind of mutually agree to, and then just make sure that we're comfortable with that. And so there's a little bit of an unknown there right now, but knowing that we need to be reasonable, but also make sure that we're clear around a year goes by and we haven't gotten anywhere. And so it would allow us to create that together and then hold each other accountable to those. And I would say with the caveat of possible extensions if we're continuing to negotiate and work through it in good faith. And so that is something that we continue to kick around, but that's going to be our approach this time.
I appreciate that, and I think I like the spirit of collaboration to enter into a conversation with the municipal partner, in this case, Jefferson County. So thanks, that's good.
I just noticed too, especially for Colorado and Pfeiffer, do we know what they're zoned for? Is that something that can be put on the slide?
Was it on there? Yeah, we'll make sure you have that.
It does say what surroundings are, but I don't see it saying.
We'll in the agenda items for next week. There'll be 4 separate consent agenda items. We'll include a deck that has the zoning information as far as part of the property analysis. So, yep.
Great, thank you so much. And for this evening's next to last agenda item, the board will receive an update on the district's Enterprise Resource Planning, ERP, replacement project, including contract negotiations with our selected vendors. This presentation is in anticipation of a board vote at the March 13 board meeting. In July 2023, the district began to analyze the existing Enterprise Resource Planning, ERP, system, Oracle PeopleSoft, and to evaluate replacement options, identify system requirements, assess the district's readiness. The district posted a request for proposals in June 2024 to identify a new ERP platform and implementation partner. District staff evaluated vendors through the end of 2024. An intent to award was posted on January 13, 2025, that identified Accenture as the implementation partner to help us transition to Workday's ERP solution. Contract negotiations are in progress. Before I turn this over to district staff, is there anything you'd like to add, Superintendent Dorland?
Thank you, President Parker. I want to acknowledge our team that is sitting in the audience, and I want to invite our team who's sitting in the audience to join. Thank you, Brett, for getting them some chairs. You may need to bring a chair with you because we have quite a few of you. But I will let you guys know, as well as the board, that we very intentionally invited quite a few people here this evening to be able to provide our board context for just the incredible amount of intention, time, expertise, energy that is going into this project. I was in a steering, this is a very large project. It's going to have implications for every single employee, every single site, every single department over the next however much time, 3 years, 2 to 3 years. And I was in a steering committee meeting, which is where I get to play around with this project, and was very proud of our cabinet members in that meeting. We were trying to make a decision, and I think at the end of the day, they all said, we've really got to get in a room with the folks whose direct work this is going to implicate every day. We're not ready to make this decision until we know the people who are running these systems in finance, running these systems in IT, running these systems in HR, how does it impact their workflow and the timing of year in terms of what they have on their plate? And so we feel really strongly that the folks who are doing the work and interacting with the system on a daily basis need to be part of and really informing our decisions as we move it forward. So I just want to thank you guys. It's 8 o'clock at night on a Wednesday. We're through hump day, right? We're on the downward slope. And for you to be here, to be able to just talk about this project and your part in it means a lot to me. So thanks for doing that late in the evening. And I think it will mean a lot to our board once they're able to actually hear not only from our leadership about this important project, but also from those of you who are contributing your expertise based on the daily work you do. So thank you for being here late at night to support our board in studying this topic. And with that, I'm going to hand it over to Ms. Ibeck.
Thank you, Superintendent
Information
Dorland, and good evening, members of the board. Our team is assembled here tonight to update you on Jeffco Horizon, Shaping Tomorrow's Enterprise, which is a fancy name for our ERP replacement project, or as Superintendent Dorland mentioned, Enterprise Resource Planning Tool Replacement Project.
Can I interrupt you for 1 second?
Sure.
I will say Jeffco Horizon is the name of the new system, and that even that was done through an employee nomination process and vote. So it was very democratic, which made me happy. So yeah, Jeffco Horizon.
Yeah.
It's a good name.
So I think before we start our presentation tonight, we'll invite our group here to do introductions. And if I could ask to start down here on the left, I'm going to go ahead and introduce you since I can talk into the microphone. This is Brian Hansen, our ERP program manager. And next to Brian, hey Jason, is Jason Thompson. He's one of our directors in our HR functional area. We have Matt Williams, our director of business technology services on the technology side. And we have Scott Barnes, our associate chief human resources officer. Did I get that right? Okay, great. I'm Jill Ibeck, the chief information officer, and I'll hand it over to this side.
Awesome. Brenna Copeland, Chief Financial Officer. I'm sitting by Brett Adams, who's one of my team members. He's our Director of Purchasing. Next to him is Debbie Leal. She's like Yoda for IT support of a lot of the work we do. That's your official title? Something. Lead developer, excuse me. And Darcy Hutchings, who is a guru of all things HR, and in many ways the brain of Jeffco.
We're getting some handhelds for these guys so you can pass the mic around if you want to contribute to the conversation.
Great.
So, and those do come out of those little stands if you need to. So, thanks, guys.
Thank you very much. Okay. So our team is here tonight, once again, to give the Board of Education an update about our district's ERP project overall. And you may recall that members and a portion of this team presented to you all in our August Key Initiatives meeting. And so we do have some exciting updates for you this evening. What we are going to cover with you tonight is here on this slide. We're going to talk a little bit about what Jeffco's ERP system is. We're going to talk about why we are making this change, our objectives for this change, and then I'll hand it over to my friends here on the right, and they will go over a procurement process summary and contract update. Okay, so this project overall aligns with Major Initiative 2, Central Services in Support of Student Outcomes on our Jeffco Thrive strategic plan, and is associated with modernizing our business processes and systems as a project effort. Modernizing our business processes and system underscores our strategic plan by making the district both efficient and effective within our school operations, allowing for school and central leaders and educators to focus more on teaching and less on administrative tasks. So what is Jeffco's ERP? So we use a lot of acronyms around here. ERP, once again, stands for Enterprise Resource Planning Project and Tool. And as you can see, and as we've spoken about before, this system manages our core business processes for optimal performance across finance, budgeting, payroll, inventory, and all things HR. And the next slide, we'll get into some operations functions as well. And so an ERP system provides a single source of truth for all employee information and ensures everyone in the organization can access what they need when they need it. And so it's our true employee system of record. Sorry about that. And ultimately, it promotes better communication, collaboration, and efficiency across our entire district. And so one thing to know about our current system is that it has been in use for over 25 years here at the district. And that doesn't mean we've been using the same system for 25 years. We've, of course, went through upgrades year over year to maintain this system and keep it installed. And it is our primary application for 3 major functional areas: HR, finance, and some operations processes as well. The company called Oracle purchased PeopleSoft in 2003, so it's been quite some time. And it's installed here at Jeffco as what we call an on-premise application. On-premise means that we've installed it on site in our data centers. So one of our data centers is here in the Ed Center, and it's replicated over at 809 Quail as well. And so it's on-premise here as a platform tool. The HR, finance, and operations departments own the people, processes, and data that drive how PeopleSoft or Oracle PeopleSoft is maintained on a day-to-day basis. And of course, the IT department maintains and supports the various components of PeopleSoft, meaning the application, the platform, and the hardware on-premise. Okay, so as mentioned, this system houses 3 major functional areas: HR, financials, finance, and operations overall. So when we look inside these functional areas, when we think about HR as a functional area, some of the functions that are housed in this ERP system are things like absence management, benefits enrollment year to year, compensation and compliance, evaluations for staff, evaluations for our teachers go in this system, personnel management, our organizational chart, who reports to who. Recruiting and our talent acquisition functions also go through the system, and time and labor and/or time entry. When we think about our finance functions, and we look at inside that finance system, we do things like accounts payable and receivable, asset management functions, our budgeting functions are housed inside of the ERP system, cash income, expenses, and financial reporting, much of that which of course comes to the Board of Education. Our general ledger functions, grants management and reporting, most importantly, payroll runs in this system, and our procurement and purchasing functions are housed in this system as well. From an operations standpoint, there are 2 main functional areas that are in the system. And it's all about inventory management and the work order management system. So when we think about inventory management, we think about warehouse stock and tracking warehouse stock. We think about chemical inventory and reporting out on that chemical inventory, and tracking special ed equipment as well and housing that information. From a work order management perspective, we also have that housed in our ERP system. So our facilities maintenance team has a work order functionality in which they receive work orders for our schools to be able to go out and maintain our equipment. And they use that system for this as well. We have our copier program information, building security information overall. Okay, so why are we changing systems now? So when we think about lack of support and end of life, what we know to be true is that the Oracle PeopleSoft system customers, and that's all customers, not just education customers, but any company or organization using PeopleSoft is going to have to move off of PeopleSoft. It has a shelf life. And so we know that over the course of the next few years or so, most of these companies and organizations running this software is going to have to change, and that includes Jeffco as well. And so we've got a shelf life here, which will constitute a forced change. Also, we have been maintaining the system for over 25 years, and as you can imagine, some of the functions and functional requirements that have come in from our functional areas have not been able to be completed in a configuration manner in the system. So the technical team has done customized code and created bolt-ons, and it's becoming increasingly difficult to maintain and manage that code. Consolidations of systems and functions. We think about fully leveraging a modern ERP system and its features, including tools, flexibility, and functionality that we don't currently have. We look forward to a more seamless and consistent end-user experience, such as a mobile application. So we've heard that some pain points are things like we cannot manage or track candidate pools using PeopleSoft. So we look forward to that being more efficient in our talent acquisition function. We've also heard that our job application process is not mobile friendly, and our time entry process is also not mobile friendly. We've heard that there's a lot of manual input of the payroll journal entry and that it takes a full week to process. And so we look forward to making that more efficient. We've heard that there's difficulty reporting data across finance and HR and connecting and consolidating that data. For example, vacancy rates. And so we look forward to cleaner, more accurate, and trustworthy data and reporting. We look forward to shifting away from customizations, as mentioned, that we have created on the technical side, and we've maintained those customizations for many years through many upgrades, and also third-party integrations and tools being consumed by this enterprise tool or a new enterprise tool where we can use those functions out of the box instead of have to buy a third-party integration and tool. Overall, that should improve supportability for our district. And of course, it's not just about the system, it's also about process improvement. So we look forward to being able to optimize our business processes overall and doing what's called digital transformation, which is the buzzword there. And in doing so, taking that opportunity to reset expectations and standards, which will in turn increase efficiencies and reduce manual workarounds. Okay, I think this is you.
Right on. Here's my digital transformation. That's a high five. Get it? Yeah. All right. So when we started talking about this project, some of the obvious selling points was the system itself. But I think the real opportunity set for Jeffco is not just the technology, it's the people, the process, and supported by the technology. And so I talked to my team a lot about how are we going to use this project, not just to replace PeopleSoft, but how are we going to use this to do our work better? And I will actually say that is what motivates my team to get excited about this work. And so I do want the board to understand, we're going to spend a lot of time on this. It's not just time spent on the new system. It's very much like reflective time spent on how are we doing stuff? Are we doing it because the system sort of made us do it this way? Are we doing it this way because it's the best way to do it? That's going to be really fun and a little bit time intensive. So I do want to remind folks the real opportunity set is more than the software, and we are going to take advantage of that. And so some of this timeline really reflects taking the intentional time. I think the one other thing I want to highlight, because I don't think it's up here, is the chart of accounts, right? Transitioning to a new chart of accounts is that other big piece that's going to be made possible through this process that's going to change a lot of what we do and what we're able to produce in terms of transparent information for the board, for the superintendent, for our community, et cetera. So, benefits to schools. Jill has alluded to a lot of this, so I'm going to just hit the high points so that you can hear from other folks too. Staffing, we've talked about talent and onboarding, empowering. There's a lot of self-service tools that I think are more intuitive. So when we talk about self-service, that's employee self-service, like looking up your pay stub and figuring out how much leave you have, stuff like that. Some automated tasks, Jill talked about that. We're going to do some automation, but not all the way to like futuristic, freaky stuff. Access, there's some mobile capabilities, there's apps and things that I think, again, not everyone is sitting in front of a computer, thankfully, all day, right? Our teachers are in front of students, and our bus drivers are in front of a wheel. Now, we don't actually want them looking at their mobiles during that time, but still, there's an easier way to maintain data than always having to be in front of a computer. And yeah, it'll benefit central services as well as schools. Real-time data, reliability, we said automation again here. We're excited about it. And then sustainable. So again, this idea of configuration wherever possible. Configuration, my idea of it, because I'm not in IT, is like you have a little checkbox and you either flag it or you don't. And that like sets up whether the system does it or it doesn't do it. That's it, right? Just, yeah. Almost. Okie dokie. Yeah. Okay. I think of it like a pivot table. All right. So it's not that. It's more complicated. Just a quick snapshot of our timeline. And this is a little bit geared towards, again, the RFP process, because what we want to give you some comfort around tonight is both that this is worth the investment of time and money, and that we went through a great process to pick the right system. Back in June, we started talking about this. When I presented the budget last spring, we talked about some special projects that we were going to start to fund out of our capital reserve fund, including this one, which is a multi-year project. So it's difficult to pinpoint in any given year exactly how much we're going to spend. But we talked through, between the June and the August meetings, some approximate like multi-year numbers. So you had a sense for what are we embarking on. I'm going to have a different slide, I think, that talks more specifically about the RFP. So I'm going to skip that part and go straight to here we are today, March 5th. You'll vote on the 13th, and then April and May will be an anticipated project kickoff. I think there's going to be confetti. Okay. And snacks, always snacks, especially mayo packets. Sorry, that's an inside joke. Sorry. Okay, so outreach and engagement, as part of the process, there's both like a formal process, and then there's like help Jeffco leaders understand what they need to know that they don't know that they don't need to know, something like that. So we talked to Cherry Creek, DPS, Dougco, Academy 20, Austin. Actually, each of us, I think, as chiefs, reached out to even more folks than are listed on the slide. And each time I was talking to someone, I was like, so tell me what you learned. What surprised you? What went wrong? What do you like about your system? What do you wish you had different, right? So we just went through all these questions to try and get as much information as possible. And in fact, before we even did the RFP, we did a request for information, and different vendors submitted all this stuff so that we kind of knew better what to ask for in the RFP itself. So I do want to say this has been over a year and a half of gathering information. Well, at this point, it's been almost 2, yeah. And then figuring out what we needed and what we should ask for and how we position this, et cetera. We did make many presentations to our different employee groups and employees themselves. We had some lunch and learns. We have connected with the charter leaders. I think, as you know, charter schools purchase some business process and business process support from the district. And therefore, their data is also in PeopleSoft. And so we wanted to make sure they understood what are we doing, and they have their own set of questions about what does this mean for us, et cetera. Now we're looking a little bit more at the vendor support. So back in June is when we pushed go on BidNet, right? Brett was so excited, right? Everyone else was taking June off. And pretty quickly, 210 vendors downloaded information. Now, it may have just been like, fans of Jeffco. Maybe not every vendor was exactly like a true vendor, but still, I think that was a big number. We had a vendor interest Q&A, and there were 41 representatives from 21 different vendors and partners present. So what we think that means is that folks saw this, right? And it reached an audience that was paying attention, et cetera. By the way, we pre-fed some information to folks just to make sure, like, you can't broadcast it far enough. So Barry Dunn kind of helped us ping some people and make sure they knew it was coming out, et cetera. 15 vendors submitted written follow-up questions. We believe that the major implementation and software partners, vendors, responded. There's some that didn't. It wasn't everyone, but we think that the big ones and the ones that we really wanted did. And in total, 9 RFP responses were submitted, 7 of which were complete enough to be considered qualified for review.
Hey, Brenna, can I,
No.
can you go back?
Do I get to
Yeah,
say no?
go back one slide. I would just say that this process is a little daunting, and just putting the RFP together in and of itself was a big ordeal. Then getting it out there and sort of holding your breath to see who's going to respond. When we found out how many people were responding, and I think, Jill, you had sent a message about that on a Thursday or Friday night, it was the first indication for me that we were doing something right, because we did have a lot of people interested. Sorry, you guys are, it wasn't that I didn't think you were doing something right. You never know. Like, you never know with these things who's going to respond. And if we're not going to get the best responses, this is a big deal to not get the right responses. So it was the very first indication for me that we were on the right track, and I felt really good at this response rate. It was a big deal.
Thank you. All right, you're almost done with me, and I'm going to hand it off to a couple of our experts. So a bit of process summary, and honestly, I'm not going to cover every single piece of this, but I do want to be clear. We were looking at two key things. We need the best software and technical fit for our business needs, and we need the best partner, which is someone who's going to help us implement the system. Now, to be clear, they could be two things, or they could be one thing. We had, I think, at least one proposal where a software vendor proposed also a segment of their business that would have been our implementation partner. So we didn't preclude anyone from that. You know, what you're going to hear about and what you're going to contemplate next week is two separate entities, which we're excited about. The written response review was astounding. It was like a work of art, bringing all this information together. So 9 scoring team members. That was kind of like, if you think of it as a pyramid, that's sort of the top of the pyramid. And all this stuff flowed, got it, through up to our scoring committee. And that included 60 subject matter experts. So different folks, typically at the manager level, sometimes at the tech level, at lots of different levels in the organization, who are true experts in a part of a business process. Reviewed things. There were 1,350 content reviews with comments. I do remember, by the way, the binder I was given that I was supposed to write things into. I'm not sure if I always was good about that, but everyone else was good about that. We had folks from our different bargaining units represented, so that we had different perspectives. 16 finance, 20 HR, 7 operations, 20 IT, 5 schools/enterprise. So that just gives you a sense of the breadth of folks. I'm not going to go through all this. This was kind of exciting. One last feature about the process. You can see up there that we did some on-site demonstrations. All that stuff was video. They were made available to folks. Folks had comment forms. Even if you weren't present and you saw a video and you wanted to submit a comment, you could submit a comment. The second week, it snowed like crazy, which was bonkers. Everybody still came. The vendors were a little daunted, but, you know, that's helping us sort the wheat from the chaff. You got to want it to work with Jeffco. Okay, so we also used a 2-envelope bid, which vexed me at certain moments, because basically a vendor submitted a technical response and then separately the cost elements. And this guy would not let me open the cost elements. And that was really so that we had a true and authentic evaluation of that technical fit. And that, the one thing I did ask him, because I was starting to get like really nervous, is, are any of the costs so out of the realm of possibilities that maybe we did something wrong, or are they all out of the realm of the original budget? Because then, wow, right? So there was a little bit of, like, Brett was kind of that one person who got to do a little bit of screening around costs before we considered costs. We considered costs after we considered technical fit, which I think is a really important part of this process. And with that, I'm super excited. I think I'm going to hand it to Debbie first. And you get your own. You have to hold it like ridiculously close to your face, which is frustrating. There you go. All right, go for it.
Yeah, thanks so much for having us here tonight. I know it is a late night, so we'll try not to take up too much of your time. As Brenna mentioned, my name is Debbie Leal. I work for our Business Technology Services Department, and that is the IT department that helps support our current ERP system, PeopleSoft. And even tonight, you've been reminded it's been around for about 25 years at Jeffco, and I've actually been here for a fair amount of that time as well. In fact, I started here just as I learned I was pregnant with my daughter, and she will be graduating from Chatfield in May. So yes, go Chargers. Yes, yep, it's a little emotional, but happy times. So prior to starting at Jeffco, I actually was a consultant for PeopleSoft, and it was right as they were moving from their client-based software where you had to have it on the computer to the internet-based, so it was a really exciting time to start working with the product. And over the years at Jeffco, we've been able to do quite a bit with it. It's been flexible and let us meet the unique needs of school districts. Like Jeffco, all school districts kind of have some unique needs. So we've been able to do a lot with it. I've really enjoyed working with our business partners and all of the different departments, and I've really enjoyed PeopleSoft, and I'm lucky to be able to say that I've loved my job all these years. So you can see that PeopleSoft has pretty much been my whole career. And then we started talking about moving to a new system and using words like legacy and PeopleSoft, and I thought, well, first, that makes me feel pretty old. But at the same time, I'm like, well, it's not green screen and it's not DOS, so is it really legacy? And then we started reading about the new products through the RFP process, and we got to actually see them demoed. And I started thinking, okay, yeah, it might be getting a little old and time to move on. Because it was clear, and it was really exciting to see what these products offered in terms of a modern look and feel. And I was very encouraged by Workday's like configurable options, where it looks like we'll be able to do a lot and still meet the needs of the district that are pretty unique without too much technical interference or technical work that should make it easier for us to support and easier to use. So I got really excited. I'm excited about starting this new journey with Jeffco here from the ground up and continuing to work and build the relationships with our partners in the business and with Accenture as the implementation partner. And I think that we'll be able to go through and build a new, better system that should get us through the next 25 years, at which point, hopefully you'll find me on a beach somewhere. So that's all I have. I'll turn it over to Darcy, and thanks again.
Hi, I'm Darcy Hutchings, and I'm a manager in HR. I've been around as long as PeopleSoft, or as my grandchildren say, dinosaurs roaming Earth. I have 4 grandchildren, and my oldest is graduating from Bear Creek in May, so we're all excited. I love PeopleSoft. When I heard that we were going to a new RP, I almost cried. I'll tell you the truth. I was like, no, I love PeopleSoft. I know what to do in it. I know how to do the data. I know how to do my job. I can do it blindfolded. I love it. I went through the ERP thinking, these guys are crazy. I don't know why they want to go to a new ERP system. After I did the demos and the proposals, I was blown away with Workday. I was so excited, and I was like, why did we not do this 10 years ago? I was so excited about it. So I went back to our team and said, it's great. Hopefully, we'll see which one we go with, but we have really had a great relationship with IT, with PeopleSoft, but I was blown away with how Workday is so user-friendly. And it just, the efficiency that I think that we'll have, I think is great. So I'm very excited to go with Workday. And thank you.
Thank you both for your time. I'm not close enough. No. You have to eat it. Okay, got it. So thank you both. Thank you for being here and sharing some of your story. I appreciate you being here. I want to just start by saying this project has been one of the technical highlights of my career. I really like working with people, so I look forward to the next steps and those highlights. But having the opportunity to use just skills and expertise and lean on a lot of industry partners that really are really good at this stuff, like Barry Dunn, has been a true privilege, really, to do all of this. After we walked through most of the technical evaluation and the demos, and just before we decided which way we would like to present to the board or recommend to the board for award, we did do some reference checks with vendors with references provided by each of the vendors. We had 6 vendors for, okay, next slide. Here you go. Thanks, Brenna. Yeah. Okay, so Accenture submitted 6 different names in support of their proposal, right? In those 6 names, that included Douglas County, or Douglas Public Schools, Jefferson County, the county itself, Academy 20 down in Colorado Springs, They submitted Cleveland Metro Schools. The City County of Denver was also an Accenture client, and Tulsa County in Oklahoma. Right? All 6 responded favorably and really spoke highly of Accenture's technical ability, their customer service, their dedication to the project. They also talked about Workday and some of the advantages that they saw from that product as it rolled out in their systems. One major feature they're really happy with is the cell phone capabilities and whatnot, and just how it has enhanced business processes across their districts, across their counties, all of that. We also did reference checks with High Street, and High Street was an implementation partner for Oracle Fusion. Oracle Fusion is their cloud-based ERP system today, right? Of the 5 references, none were actually close to Jeffco, and only 2 responded out of that whole thing. But we had Henry County Schools, Syracuse Schools in New York, Bakersfield, California, Moody Bible Institute, which is in Illinois, I guess, and Bellevue University. High Street is also a very capable partner for this work. They represent themselves well through the RFP process. They have some industry-leading tools that really help in the data conversion process. The references that did respond spoke highly of High Street. The references that responded highlighted one thing that our review team also found in the Oracle software. Oracle is currently rolling out a new look and feel to their ERP system that they call Redwood, right? And it's this layer that sits on top of everything and changes how the system operates. The fear of the references that responded and some of our team members was that we would do 2 implementations of the same ERP because of the differences that the Redwood product was laying in on top of the Oracle stuff. Oracle was also not able to give us a timeline or a trajectory for the Redwood implementations as to what would happen when. And so it just caused a moment of pause that was validated by the references that we walked through. After we did all that, I allowed Ms. Copeland to really see the numbers and what that looked like. Between Oracle and Workday, the software licensing itself was actually very comparable. The prices were very close. Between Accenture and High Street for implementation services, that cost was also very comparable, right? As we walk through contract negotiations where we are today, we are going to pick on them a little bit, or a lot of it, and a lot of it on Workday as well, to bring those costs as far down as practical and possible for the district, and to really dial in to what are we paying for from these vendors. So just to highlight a few of the key differentiators that really helped kind of drive this home, we have a couple peer districts right here in Colorado that are using the Workday solution, both of which were implemented by members of the Accenture team at different points. Right, Douglas County has been an extremely dynamic partner in this work. They're excited for us to enter into this journey so that they have somebody at the table pushing on functionality for Colorado Public Schools all across the state, who can come together and say, how do you do this kind of stuff? They came to the demonstrations and talked about how they use the software. It's been great to talk to them. Academy 20, although much smaller than Jeffco, has also been very dynamic and responsive to our requests. The county themselves, as I highlighted, they're there. Accenture has proposed an iterative implementation process. By that, they mean we're going to take this in small bits, right? So we'll have the experts in the room that say, this is how it should work. Please help us make that work. Accenture will sit there with us as we put it all together in the tool, and then we'll test little bits at it each time, right? And so we'll just continue to build all those Legos together until we have a complete ERP system. We have the opportunity to phase this project, meaning we can take on big chunks like all of HCM or the HR module at one time, and then all of finance or vice versa, or kind of pick and choose how we walk that path. There's also a robust change management process that's actually really already started, I believe, through the RFP process, just involving so many excited staff members. We've been able to lay some groundwork for what is to come, what they have the opportunity to see, and really lean into some of that. And then lastly, well, Brenna talked a little bit about the chart accounts redesign. Accenture's lined up for that work. They have somebody on staff who's done that kind of work in the past. We're looking forward to what that will bring to the district as well. And then they have a few data accelerators and things of that nature, tools custom to their shop that will really help them help us roll this system out well. All right. At this time, we're in the contract negotiation phase. And so next week, I'm excited to bring before you the opportunity to vote on the contracts we will have negotiated with Accenture and Workday. We may not be entirely complete before next week, But with Accenture, we're looking to put into place a statement of work that will really serve as a guide or a roadmap for this work that kind of walks both teams through the process. We're also putting in place a master service agreement that's the T's and C's that the lawyers get excited about, right? And the so what's if you didn't kind of stuff. And with Workday, we're going to contract with Workday directly for our licenses. Part of that is so that we can get best possible cost for the licenses for the district. The other part of that is we hope to set up a long-term relationship with Workday and not with Accenture. So after Accenture has implemented the software, has supported it through the warranty phases, they're able to step out and we're able to continue our partnership and services with Workday directly. To help us through this process, we've contracted with the Government Finance Officers Association, or GFOA. GFOA has helped negotiate hundreds of these contracts with Workday, in fact, and we're working with one of their vice presidents that Workday is actually kind of nervous about, which is exciting for me because I know that he really knows his stuff and he really digs deep and pushes for things. So that's been a great value add, just help us make sure we do check all the boxes, cross all the T's, dot all the I's. And we anticipate a project kickoff in April or May. Oh, now it's your turn again.
Oh, yeah. And so we're going to wrap up with a quick budget review and then open it up for questions. You've seen this slide a few times. It now has new colors. It's as if it's brand new. I know, I love it. We're just trying to orient you to the sort of maximum amounts that will be brought forward for the two different parts. One part is the ERP license Brett just alluded to. That's a contract with Workday. The other part is the implementation partner and interface builds. We collapsed two boxes that were in your old, the old version of this so that you would know Accenture's doing both bits of that for sort of an up to 13 million. So that 16.75 combined is approximately 9.25 less than the total budget. There's still some boxes that don't have dollar figures in them yet. So in terms of our total budget, I feel like we're still in the ballpark, but we need to fill in a few more boxes once we have our partner on board to help tell us what we need to do, basically, before I can give you the rest. But we are, right now, in good shape. And I think that's it. There's not even a question slide. Oh, too bad. I do want to acknowledge Scott because he's representing HR, and HR, IT, finance, really it is very much a partnership. There's not one prong of this that's more important than the other. Amanda puts in a lot of evenings on behalf of the district doing what she's doing, and so I do want to emphasize Scott and his team and our partners in HR have played a really, really important role in this as well. So, thank you.
All right, board members, questions?
Thanks for staying so late. My question is, so kickoff in April, what would be phase one? Is this like a data migration thing, or is there a setup that has to happen before we jump into that? Tell me a little bit, like kickoff means what?
Yeah, so I'd be happy to talk to that. Really, when we kick off, the first phase of work will feel like kind of a quiet zone for a lot of folks in the district. Workday's first session is around the foundation data model, and it's helping us set up the tool in a way that will support the district for years and years to come. Before we can really even get into that work, we're going to lean in heavily with the implementation partner around chart of accounts. There's already some people around the district coming together to talk through what a chart of accounts conversion will look like, so we're priming the stage for that conversation. But we'll start with chart of accounts and what that needs to look like in the tool, get into their foundation data model, or FDM, which will be how do we set up all this nitty-gritty, and then include the people into that complex equation. And then we'll start business process alignment and lining things up with how it will come together inside the software.
Thank you, that's helpful. So we're not expecting like, this is just for listening public, project kickoff does not mean we're unveiling it and it's all finished and put together, right? Yeah, that's, just to be clear. That's not my expectation, and I know that's not what's going to happen. So I wanted to highlight the ways, Dr. Ibeck, you were saying we look forward to talking about the things that we're excited about what's going to happen. And overall, it sounds like we look forward to effective and efficient management tool for our it's cohesive, comprehensive, and communicates across multiple areas, which is so exciting. I'm not sure if any of you are familiar with the pot roast principle. Does anybody know what this is? Oh, good, I get to tell a short story. There's a little girl watching her mom make a pot roast, and the mom cut the ends off the pot roast. And the girl said, "Why do you do that?" And mom said, "I don't know, because my mom did it. Maybe ask grandma." The girl goes and asks grandma. Grandma says, "I don't know, it's because my mom did it." The little girl goes, "That's so interesting. I wonder why." She asks her great-grandma, you're expecting she's going to say it's because that's what my mom did. Instead, great-grandma said, "When I was first married and making pot roast, I had a very small oven, and it wouldn't fit inside of the oven unless I cut the ends off. But for generations, people were still cutting the ends off, you know, this pot roast as though it was part of the recipe, and it was not." And I feel like systems like what we're looking at, oftentimes our process is limited by the tools that we have available to get the work done. And so being reflective about our processes and are we doing things because that's how we were limited by the system or because it's what's going to work well is really exciting across all of the areas that you're representing to better support how we function as a district and how we're serving our community and our students overall. So I just think it's really exciting to take a look at how we can be both effective and efficient, not just effective, but both of those together. So thank you for the hours and hours of work that you've put in and anybody else who's participated in providing feedback and looking at videos and going through tutorials and discussions. That's a huge amount of time put in. Hopefully we'll see that time and just kind of progress, right, on the other end. So I'm so excited about this, and I do understand what an impact this can have in quality of work for folks who are on the back end like you will be, and for our teachers also, to have quick, easy access to information that they need. That frustration I remember from when I was a teacher kept me from doing some things that would have been really beneficial for myself as an employee. So thank you so much, and thanks for staying late tonight and listening to my pot roast story. Go ahead.
I want to echo the thank you. This is a lot of effort and a lot of work, and you're here late at night with us. So we really appreciate that. It's helpful to see and hear from you all, and so it matters to us to see you. So thank you for coming. And 5,500 hours is no small feat. So well done. Well done. I assume as part of that magic forward future, there will be lots of training and support for everyone. I figured that was a yes. I'm fascinated by the efficiencies because I know there will be some. Have we done any work to try, I know this is a tough question, to try to quantify like what we think those efficiencies could be?
I'm going to say yes and no. We do genuinely hope that in the dialogue with Accenture, so Accenture is, like, they're experts in business process, and so they bring to the table some ideas for efficiencies. The system itself is an expert in business process, so that is yet another set of ideas. And of course, we already have some of our own. I think the value of this work does need to be measured in terms of outcomes for processes, outcomes for people, et cetera. And so, Brian Hansen and I have talked at times about how do we really talk about that as opposed to just completion of a timeline? How do we say, this is the value add of this part of the work? So that's what we're aspiring to. Right now, I don't think we have time to go over any of the specifics, but that is part of the goal in what we're calling progress monitoring, is not just completion of tasks, but creation of value for the organization.
I love that. I think that'll be really great. And then I love the 2-envelope process. I'm using that at work tomorrow. I'm in an RFP in my other side of life. So thank you for that. Do we use the GFOA often to help with negotiations like this?
This is the first contract I've worked with GFOA on. I don't know if anybody else at the table has done this in the past. Honestly, Mike Muha is the gentleman that's helping us with the contract. Mike was asked to come on site and talk a little bit about what does it mean to have an ERP system, what should it do for your district. And while Mike was here, he highlighted these pitfalls, these attributes, these content, important sections of contracts in a way that just said, we really need that guy at the table with us if possible. And so we were able to snag Mike specifically from GFOA, who has done hundreds of these individually with Workday and with other firms just kind of across the nation. He's doing very similar work in Broomfield right now, so he's kind of all over the place in this sector. Yeah.
And then last question, I assume as we figure out the other 9.25, you will be back and making us more charts, and we will approach that at that time. And then how are we divvying up the 16.75? I have it on my slide.
Yep.
Over time.
Perfect. I'm glad you asked. It's roughly going to spread, let's just say May of 25 to at least February, March, April of 27. So let's imagine that that's approximately 24 months. It's not exactly even because there's points where Accenture has certain deliverables
Lumpy.
that are time intensive for us and them. But, it's $13 million spread over 2 years. So it's still relatively reasonable to say halvesies on that, approximately. Yeah. And then the 3-year license, to be clear, is 3 years.
So it would be separated over the 3 years. Got it. Thank you again so much. Thank you for hanging with us late. We really appreciate the work.
There'll actually be 2 contracts on consent, one for Accenture at about $13 million and one for Workday at about $3.75 million for the licensing. That $3.75 million term is over 3 years. The $13 million with Accenture is for the duration of the project. We will have a hammered out timeline here soon that will kind of define what that means. But I want to have them on the hook until they're done and we've accepted the deliverables. So it could be 2 years, could be 2.5, could be 18 months, all of that kind of thing.
Correct. Just 9.25 more. Well, let's talk about that first column, the Jeffco team part. Each time you approve an annual budget, you're approving a portion of that, which is to say we have some full-time project staff who are considered a cost of the project. So for example, Mr. Hansen is our project manager, and proper cost accounting attributes certain FTE costs to the project itself. So that full $3.2 million is basically salary and benefits primarily, and or ad pay for our own staff. So you are approving that each time you approve an annual budget. Related new systems, we still haven't solved everything. So one thing we're still figuring out is our cash income and what do we exactly need to do there? Because we have a very, honestly, sophisticated model that was, or functionality that was built into PeopleSoft. In some ways, honestly, it's better than what we saw in our vendor demo. And so Brett has helped us reach out to yet a new vendor so that we make sure we get the right system. So that's going to be a separate cost. For purposes of asset management and project management within our facilities division, what was presented, either Workday and Accenture were like, we just really can't do this for you. We don't think we're best in class, or we came to that conclusion. So there's still additional systems there. So I don't know what those new price tags will be, because we really haven't gotten to that point. I'm hoping they're going to be less than $3 million so that we stay within that one. And I'll let Jill talk to that third column, like what's the balance of funds going to go towards?
Yeah, I would add that next week in your preview tonight after this topic, you'll see 2 other consent items as well, and they're for our current Oracle PeopleSoft system. And so what you could expect to see going forward in future years is that same type of consent, just for a different system. Of course, we won't be paying Oracle anymore. We'll be paying Workday. And so I would just wanted to put that in perspective for you all as you see that come across. And so And can you restate the question that you wanted me to speak to? Sorry.
I don't know. No, I'm teasing. Project manager, strategic change support, we might use yet another company, a little bit TBD on that front. Data conversion, we might hire either a firm or temp staff to help with some of that. So it's really just additional contracted services that we don't think we have in-house FTE for that will support different parts of the project, will make up the rest of that stack.
Yeah, and adding on to that, these are one-time things that we don't do very often, right? So it's not very often that we take a set of data in an ERP system and convert it to a new system. And so these are types of things that organizations will look at as one-time costs throughout a project of this size.
And just so we know what we're voting on, what you just said is on our consent, we'll be voting for paying for both systems because we have to right now. So I have two more questions. In our construction contracts, we often have that maximum, I've forgotten the term, amount. Do we have any safeguards here that if, it sounds like for the license, we could be pretty secure about that, but on the contracted services, I work in a field where services, sometimes you're like, wow, this project is a lot more than we thought it was going to be. Now we're going to have to expand our scope and charge more. Is that how, do we have any safeguards to say you cannot, go up by a third? How reliable is this quote?
Right. So Mike is really helping us get to the nitty-gritty of all of that. He feels very comfortable with the items that Accenture has laid out for the statement of work. We have some work to do to get to defining each of those deliverables, just so we are very blatant and clear for the district and for Accenture what it means to do each step of this process. Also to protect the district on the financial side, and we're pushing on a deliverables-based payment schedule with Accenture, so they will a deliverable you met, we'll test it, and then we'll formally accept it with a written mini contract, if you will, to say, yes, the district accepts this. The other thing we're pushing on is a strong warranty clause that says, okay, we know how we thought it was going to work. In the test, it did look like it worked. However, it's still missing this piece as defined by the deliverable. And then Accenture will be expected to come back and help rectify whatever that missing gap is.
Does the software cost include feature development or feature asks in it? I also run this tech company, and sometimes people will say, well, we were hoping it would do this, and we're like, well, we would actually have to build that, so we'll have to charge you for that.
Yes, and so the licensing cost does include new features that Workday will roll out. And so we look forward to having those features rolled out in the future as well. Often, we can join a user community to say, we wish the system would do this instead of something else or an additional feature. So we look forward to joining those types of communities to provide that input.
Okay, and then, sorry, my last question. So when people say to us, where is the money coming from for this? Especially now that there's an overlap. I mean, we're going into negotiations, 0.5, increase costs however much, and they may see these same, one-for-ones. And when we say we don't have money for your salary increase, but we do to double pay for software during this time, how do we explain that? How do I answer those questions?
So I think, the honest answer is every dollar the district has is a dollar we choose to spend on whatever it is we choose to spend it on. So I think technically we're paying for this out of the Capital Reserve Fund. The Capital Reserve Fund has money from lots of different sources, including the general fund. But for example, when the technology fund rolled into the general fund, the technology fund had a fund balance of about $5 or $6 million in cash. We rolled that into the Cap Reserve Fund towards this project, right? We've had some interest earnings on different things that we've rolled into this fund towards this project. That being said, I think it's the most transparent answer to someone who says, where does the money come from? It comes from a conscious choice by the organization that this is the right investment to make with that dollar. There's not, every dollar we spend, it's the same answer. So there's not a dedicated source. It will come out of the Capital Reserve Fund, but you guys all know that the Capital Reserve Fund is in part funded through general fund transfers.
The other thing I would add to thank you, Brent, I think that was the right answer. And a big portion of this is one-time funds. Whereas, if we put $16 million into salaries, it's ongoing. And And so we're using one-time funds in the capital reserve to be able to fund this. In addition to paying our employees, we have to take care of them with systems that help our organization run efficiently and productively for all of them and all of the families we serve.
We anticipate any ongoing services costs from Accenture? There's
Not from Accenture. In the middle,
They're done once their implementation's over?
yes. In the middle stack, we'll continue to have maybe something like, $4 million over 3 years. It might look a little different because at that point we'll have a bunch of users.
I thought you might say this and you didn't, so I'll say that we have existing costs for PeopleSoft and that work that this replaces. So it's also not all new costs, I assume, that we are absorbing, except for this doubling of the vote next week. But otherwise, we're already paying for this. So there's part of our budget that's already, you would say that better than I would. But so I think people might be interested in, does this cost more than our current? And we've asked that before, and I know you've said it's very hard to calculate, but I imagine those are questions that would be important to know the answer, especially as a board member voting on big contracts, just to say, actually, between efficiencies and what we were already paying, we're saving money, after 3 years or something like that. So those kinds of analyses would help, I think.
I appreciate that comment, Dr. Varda. And it's a comment I've heard from you multiple times. And one of the things that I would say early in the presentation that I spoke about is that our hardware is installed here on premise, and that costs money, and there's tangible costs to that. And so it's a great question. How do we get an apples-to-apples comparison of what it really costs to run this on-premise software by the time that we buy the hardware, the storage, the backup, even the cooling and keeping the lights on costs money. And so, again, it's hard to calculate that, but to understand apples to apples comparison, we would have to include all of those components in a TCO or a total cost.
Sounds like we'll save money over time, even though it looks daunting at the beginning, is what I hope.
I think that we're not always approaching it that way, to be honest. I think because when you say save money, some people hear cut positions. And I want to be clear that we do think this system will be more efficient and it will change the way that people do work, and that will create value. Whether that produces a budget reduction, I don't know that that's the type of value we're going to create. But I am not going to promise that we're going to save money. I do firmly believe we're going to create value.
I also want to thank you guys, especially being here late. And to the question of double payment, still for PeopleSoft, but then going into the Workday. I did implementations of new software applications at Hewlett-Packard, and you cannot cut off the old one and just start the new one. You have to have parallel running. So that's just an answer for me, is that has to happen. Can't do without it. And then my next question, my only question really is, when you talked about PeopleSoft, we considered it on-premise, and that we own the people that are running it. I thought that was quite interesting. How would you put those statements, that description, onto the new ERP?
Yeah, and so as we look forward to modernizing technology, once again, taking some of these systems that are installed here on premise, and I spoke a little bit about the difference between configuring a system and customizing a system. And so one of the things that we do on Matt's team, and as Debbie described, is we have customized the system over time. With a modern system, we hope to take advantage of more configuration-based changes to be able to accommodate business process. And so the folks that do a lot of that maintenance today, we will save that and look to repurpose or consume some of those hours that are spent on that type of customization for the system. As well as there are people within the infrastructure services department within IT who are maintaining this hardware. on premise too. So those functions will change for those folks. That doesn't mean that they won't move into the functional area, for example, Brenna's team, and needing to be those configuration experts. And so one way or another, we will have to maintain and configure the system for our business processes using our existing resources in FTE.
So you don't anticipate, other than moving FTE around and doing different functions, performing different functions, you don't anticipate a drastic change in the overall FTE count?
I would say it's too early to tell. One of the things that we're going to pay Accenture for is that they're an expert in this space, and they're going to help us understand what are the resources that are going to help us do this one-time uplift of installing the system, and then what is the types of resources that we need ongoing. And so it's a great question. It's something that I think we should keep our eye on together as we go forward and continue to provide data on.
Okay, thanks. Any other questions? No? So thank you very much. Appreciate it, and I'm excited. And I appreciate, I'm sorry, I forgot your name. Tell me again. Darcy, you were a perfect testimonial there, so thank you for that.
Thank you, guys.
All right, for the last item on our agenda this evening, the board will hear a preview of the March 13th action items, including items that will be included in the consent agenda. The superintendent will also provide the board a preview of upcoming board agenda items. So I'll hand it over to you, Superintendent
Thank you,
Dorlan.
President Parker. You can see in the attachment in Board Docs, I'm just going to cruise through the consent agenda for next week for you, that you will have a decision to make on an arbitrator's advisory opinion granting regarding a JCEA grievance. The board will have an executive session prior to the meeting to study this topic. And that will be led by an outside counsel that has been managing this grievance and arbitration for the board. So you'll get advice from Kristen Edgar, is the lawyer who's been working on this, and you will get advice from Kristen in an executive session, and then during consent agenda, you'll have the opportunity to make a decision as a board. We will have a waiver, a limited waiver from district policy for the Two Angels Foundation Miles for Smiles event that happens annually at the NAC and allows them to serve alcohol on premises. So just transparency there. It is for an afternoon, and it's a really great fundraising event. And so the board will have that decision to make. There will be the monthly supplemental funds notifications. You can see a couple of grants there that are coming in. And then you will have there's quite a few approval of contracts, which we just talked a little bit about. But the first one that's really big is the NWEA MAP assessment that we use annually to monitor progress for students. We also then, you'll see the approval of the Oracle PeopleSoft license expansion. This is the current ERP that we have to keep in place while we're building the new one. You'll see the annual maintenance renewal. I don't know what this, let's see, previous guidance, let's go on the board. There must be some sort of expansion that we have to do. Jill's sitting right over there in order to maintain the current system in it. So it's under the $550,000, the $500,000 threshold for your approval. We just thought it would be good to bring it here so that you understand. Jill, can you explain a little more?
Yeah, absolutely. I think what the superintendent is mentioning is there's two separate
oracles.
Two separate oracles. And so one of the oracles is the regular cost year over year, and they typically will do a 4% inflationary addition to that. So that's one of the things that you're seeing. The other contract, and I don't have it pulled up in front of me, but the other contract is a licensing change that we had because of counts for our employees, and they have a structure that changed as well. And so, therefore, we have two contracts this year for you.
Yeah, so you'll see those there. Just thought, so those will both be on your consent. And then
Oh, wait, that's the 1,340,000.
No, so if you go to the bottom of page 1, approval of Oracle PeopleSoft license expansion, that's the expansion of licenses given what Jill just said, the number of employees, and that cost is $110,000. We recognize this under the $500,000 threshold, but we had previous guidance from legal to have this go to the board. Just given that it's part of a larger contract, it's sort of an add-on. So there's no harm in having you all approve that.
Can I just make sure I understand? Because I think I understand, but I want to make sure. So we approved the full contract last spring, right?
Yeah,
And
I
this
think it
is
was actually the same month, the same board meeting last year.
really
this time.
close.
Yeah.
And then because we had more counts, we had to expand it just a little bit more over that 1 point, whatever.
Correct. And Oracle, because we signed a year-over-year contract, we are subjected to changes in their processes. And so one of the changes in their processes was how they actually do their counts of employees and seats, is what they call it, resulting in this transparency secondary contract that superintendent spoke about.
Yeah. So the next line on the top of page 2 is the actual annual approval of Oracle, our current system, and that's the 1.3-ish, 1.34 million. Does that sound, okay. Okay, then you'll see the next two have to do, the approval of contract award for Accenture and Workday is next, which is what you just studied. And then we have the renewal of district benefits, which you studied a couple of times in the last month or two, related to our ongoing partnership with Kaiser. This is related to the RFP that was conducted last fall. And you'll be approving a contract that's been negotiated with Kaiser, United Healthcare, Insurist, and then, of course, the life, dental, eye, and the zero card self-funded medical costs kind of program that we offer employees. You then have a tax increment revenue agreement with the City of Lakewood and their redevelopment authority. The property surplus for the former Bergen, former Colorado, former Pfeiffer, and the vacant land that you studied this evening. And an amended board calendar that I believe we talked about last Friday at your retreat. So that is the consent agenda. I'll pause there. Are there other questions related to the consent agenda for next week? Okay. You can see then the March 13th meeting. We have an executive session at the beginning. We have the ERP contract. What is this? We're going to talk again about the ERP contract. We're going to, I think, do a quick presentation because it's such a big deal. Yes, yes, yes. Then we'll have the public comment that's dedicated, we'll have regular public comment, but also the public comment that's dedicated to negotiations that the board made a decision on. You'll have the 2Q financial report, and this is tentative, the state adequacy studies. We're not sure if that's going to happen or not. We're still working on scheduling that. We have Tracy Rainey from the Colorado School Finance Project, who was on Elevate Education podcast. She and I did a podcast this week. So I tune into that podcast once it comes out. I think it's coming out end of this week or next. But I would highly recommend listening to it. Tracy Rainey is very knowledgeable about Colorado School Finance. We have her coming to speak to the board at some point, either this spring or early next fall, to talk about the adequacy studies that have been done around K-12 funding for the state. So we're still working on that schedule with her. So hang tight on that one. In April, you can see, again, your dialogue on current topics, which you started this evening for 30 minutes. We had the timer. Another legislative update with Mr. Bowditch. We will be talking about, again, our budget for the fiscal year 26, and you will be reviewing some departmental allocations. And as Brenda previewed this evening earlier, part of that will be the cap reserve fund for you to take a look at. Environmental sustainability update, which I know you all have been really excited about, and I'm excited for that too, and the SAE program presentation. In the regular meeting, you'll have an executive session. It says tentative, but I anticipate that you will have it. Public comment, again, dedicated to negotiations. The Capital Asset Advisory Committee leaders are coming to engage with the board and talk about their committee work, and the monitoring report of 1.4, developing life skills and continuous learning mindset to succeed in life after graduation. And then in May, again, public comment. We are doing that public comment during the study session, and we'll make sure and communicate that out, just because I don't know why, but there was a reason why we moved that. We talked about it last Friday. Oh, graduations and everything get really complicated, and we want to make sure you guys can prioritize graduations. Yeah, thank you. You'll have your current topics dialogue. The DAC will be here to collaborate with the board. JSLB has their final engagement with the board for the year. There's going to be a presentation on EAP services, and we will be updating the board on where we are with the Jefferson Articulation Area Plan. On the 9th, during the study session in May, some of this is also driven by the fact that we have to do the budget presentation by a certain date publicly for you to be able to approve it in time in June. There'll be a charter school application coming from Free Horizon Montessori. You will see the proposed budget. That's the formal presentation of the proposed budget. And we will be reviewing your calendar and committee appointments. And then at the regular meeting, we will have an executive session for the superintendent mid-year check-in, board committee appointments. TDPAC will be engaging with the board, another one of your committees, and monitoring reports 3.1 and 3.3. And in June, you'll have current topics again, budget development, monitoring report, EL 11 on school safety, and secure environments, where we'll be able to give you an update also on where we are with the projects that we discussed last month. Monitoring report 2.2 and 2.6, and then we'll have a legislative recap. We'll talk about how our cell phone pilots went. Yeah, we'll give you an update on that. The Q3 financials, and adoption and appropriation of the 25-26 budget. So far, that's where we are with what's coming this spring, next week, and then this spring.
I have a question. We had discussed the possibility of taking a vote on positions on bills next week, and so I'm not sure the timing, how to introduce that to the board. As we're here, it's not an agenda item. I don't know if we want to do it just around the consent agenda vote, just before it, or do you have any ideas?
I've done it multiple ways with different boards. I mean, we can add an agenda item. It's a pretty full agenda.
Well, hopefully this would not take long. I think that we should all go read the bills. Yeah. And then we should be prepared. If we have something that's really a problem, we don't have to vote to support it.
I mean, one of the things the board could do, and just look at Julie to see if she agrees with me, you could put some sort of statement of support for whatever bills you have a board majority in support of on consent. When Mary calls for discussion, if you want to make a statement about it, any of you, you could, or you could just get it done. Because there's always a call for discussion on consent, and you can use that time to make a statement about anything on the consent agenda, pull a consent agenda item, talk about it. Does that make sense to you, Julie?
The hardest part is I don't know if we've had enough interaction on a bill basis.
Yeah.
Consensus about
Yeah.
consent agenda.
Right, I listed like 6 or 7.
Because you listed a bunch, like maybe even 8.
Yeah.
And if you guys want to add an agenda item to discuss 8 legislative bills, I'm afraid that's going to be like a 90-minute agenda.
I know that would.
I think this is a good example of my earlier question. How do we work on that between now and then to come up with
Well, I know in the past,
consensus statement.
sometimes in the past, we, as Ed was giving a presentation or whatever, we all just said, hey, do we have, thumbs up to support this? And it was very casual.
Well, I would think that you can certainly talk to each of us, that hub idea that we talked about, that you talk to each of us, and if separate, not having discussions with each other, not calling each other, not texting each other, not doing that stuff, but just, you just talk to each of us individually. And if you have at least 3 people saying, yes, I'm good with that, then we know that we're ready to vote on it. We just put it on consent. If somebody wants to vote for a no vote, it doesn't take very long to do that, right?
Okay.
But if you don't.
You want to turn your mic on? Sorry.
But if you don't have 3 people, then you just leave it off, and we can discuss it later if we want, or whatever, but it doesn't go on the consent agenda.
So I will be reaching out to everybody then by Friday because we have to put make the board or the meeting public on
We
Friday.
do, but I think we can add something to the consent agenda within 24 hours. Yes. So you really have until, like, Wednesday morning would be great, because we're going to have to get something put together. Does that feel appropriate, Julie, or is that too late?
In terms of the statute, right, your agenda's got to be set 24 hours ahead. So while we do it Fridays in advance for you all to have that time to prepare. Yeah.
What is it? A statement? Okay.
It would essentially be a legislative agenda addendum that would, a document that would list.
We will.
Or
We will.
somebody
We'll do
can.
that for you. We just need we need you to give us direction. And then Julie will work with Lisa, and we'll get something put on to the consent agenda that captures the board's wishes and support for whichever of those 7 are a majority support. And if somebody doesn't want to support it and wants to discuss their no vote, they can always do that during that discussion period.
And it would require them to take it off consent if they're going to vote no.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay,
But
so.
that's happened on this board multiple times. You guys have had, and that's not a bad thing. That is like the way that the governance process works and how you can make your statement in public as a board member. I will also just remind board members that while you may want to take action on this as a board and make an official board statement about one or more of these legislative items, you can also, as an individual board member, always speak on behalf of yourself and advocate for whatever you think is right in that sort of setting as Michelle, Aaron, Paula, right? You can do things to speak to your legislators as an individual. It's just speaking on behalf of the board would require the vote.
So, as I understand it, I'll try to touch base with everybody, and then if I get 3 people who are in favor of voting yes to support a bill, we'll put it on the consent agenda, but still, every board member has the right to pull one off for reasons to discuss why they don't want to support it. Okay.
Julie, are you comfortable with all this, process-wise?
Yeah, I think that'll work this time. There are some other models we might want to talk about that could be a little more functional, but
Okay.
I don't have to get into all that now.
Okay. Yeah, we'll give some thought to that. Thank you. All right.
And then the last thing is, in my script for tonight, it talks about the next meeting being March 13th, but we have a meeting, the special meeting on Friday, to go to the DeAngelis Center.
You do have a meeting at the DeAngelis Center on Friday, and that wasn't listed on what I talked to you about unless I missed it.
Right, I'm just looking at this.
Just so the board,
Actually mentioned that. I had asked Jennifer and Lisa today where it was posted, and twice they told me it's under because I didn't think it was posted, and they said it's under the featured list. And I just sent her earlier another email that I was like, I don't see it. It's this like little notice on the left. I just wonder if we could take all of the times when the board is together publicly and put it in a easier place for the public to see, because I've been getting a lot of feedback that like people don't know when we're always meeting. So, like right now, if you look at that page, it's like, I looked at it twice and didn't find it.
Are
And I'm
you looking
for it.
on the Jeffco Public Schools
On board docs.
on board docs?
It's not, I don't know what the traditional practice has been for posting these, but that's posted differently because it's a different meeting, I guess. But I just think it would be helpful that people know when the board is convening in a more prominent place. I'm just saying, I looked for it twice and I missed it, and I'm like
Sure.
looking for
Yeah,
it.
yeah, we can, I'll talk to,
Just for future.
yeah.
It's easy to miss, like we did tonight.
Okay. So, yes, we'll get that prominently posted, and then I will end this board meeting now. This brings us to the end of today's agenda. We will stand adjourned. Our next scheduled meeting of the board is a special meeting scheduled for, what time is it on Friday? 11. Yep. Yep.
just look at the board schedule, it is in there. If you just go to the thing that.
Are we done?
Yes. So, March 7th at the DeAngelis Center. This meeting is adjourned. Thank you.